swinging away and socks this to deep left field. That is gone! Bryson Harper.
Worth it. Pulse with the ball. It's a chest high snap. Lewis down the middle of the field. He's going to throw the ball run. Has it in the middle. Intercepted. Intercepted, taking it down the far sideline. He steps out of bounds right at the line of scrimmage. And that's how you cap the game up. Jabril White called game on his third interception of the evening.
Sierra Smith quickly worked around, feeding the hot hand. Jasmine got it! 3 threes for number 23.
He finds Edwards. Edwards needs to get the shot up. Pulls up a deep three. Able to knock it down.
There's the counterattack. Here comes Carla Ramos forward, looking for Noelle Lemus. She's gotten by the last defender. Valentine comes down. Noelle drills the keeper. Lemus. And that is a DVC victory. And the Vikings are champions of California.
As my good friend Joe Hickey likes to say, faithful followers of the green and white, welcome to the matchup that we have going on tonight. The first half of our doubleheader will be the DVC women's basketball team taking on the Cosumnes River College Hawks basketball team. So let's give you a rundown of the club that's coming in tonight and the CRC Hawks. Number 5 in NorCal, number 14 in the state. This is one of the hottest teams in all of basketball. 17-1, 10-0 at home, 4-1 on the road, 3-0 in neutral games on an 11-game winning streak. The Hawks are, they're red hot. Their only loss of the year came 12-5 versus the College of the Siskiyous. That was a 66-58 final. But as many of you know, the College of the Siskiyous is a very long ways away, even from Sacramento. So, expect a little bit of low in that situation, but something to factor in a common opponent that these teams have played, where the Vikings actually beat the College of the Siskiyous early on in the season. If I'm not mistaken, it was actually the home opener of the year, but between a common opponent there, the Vikings were able to get it done. Let's give you a rundown of this team. They are 17-1 for a reason. Third in points per game at 77.3 points per game. They're fourth in opposition points per game, only giving up 51.3 points per game. Their field goal percentage is off the roof as well at 43%. An okay outside shooting team at 27%, but where this team thrives is pressure and free throwing. They shoot 70% from the free throw line. They average about 19 free throws a game. So this is a team that will press heavy. Their defense, it's similar to what we saw with San Joaquin Delta the previous game. This team's going to press you whether they're up 10, up 5, or down 20. It doesn't matter. This is a heavy press team, and they're going to make you earn every single bit of money that you want tonight. This is the gauntlet of the Big 8. You got a bunch of teams that play terrific defense. Push hard, and they make you earn it. In the last game that CRC played, they blew out Sacramento City College. That was a final of 87-49. Just pure domination from the get-go. Their press was way too heavy for the Panthers over there in Sacramento City College. And by the end of the first quarter, it was 22-8. They held Sacramento City College to only 8 points in that first quarter. They didn't waver at all. Forced 20 turnovers to only 3 assists. They out-rebounded Sac City by 11 and had 18 more shot attempts on the night. This is what this team is all about, led by second-year head coach Samuel Kirby. They were a 9-19 team last year. DVC beat them once in their few wins last year, because obviously we know that DVC really had a trying year last year as well. So these are two teams that are back on the rise, and it seems like the Red Hot Hawks are finding their groove a little bit faster than the Vikings so far. And we'll give you a little bit more information about the starters in just a moment. But before we go over to DVC, something to note. So Samuel Kirby, the second-year head coach, alongside Angela DePrato, and as well as Brittany Shine. Brittany Shine, I should say. So a little fun fold into the storyline. We saw it as they were walking in today before warm-ups and such. Shine and head coach Casey Waters actually played together over at Cal, so a nice connection there. And then now you see them, I believe it might be their first or maybe their second matchup here in the coaching level. So a little fun banter there. I'm sure both of them will have a laugh with one of each other, depending on how the game's going, obviously, throughout the game. On the other side, the DVC Vikings come in 12-5 after losing that last game against San Joaquin Delta. They're currently 1 and I don't know if I have this number. I believe they're 2-3 in Big A play. I had the wrong stuff written down on my paper. But So the Vikings in the last game, I mean, the first quarter, they came out, San Joaquin Delta came out, and they took the lead early on, but DVC fought back valiantly to cut it down to 2, and then they ended up at that 2-point deficit to end the first 10 minutes of play. That was a 18-16 end of the first quarter. In the second quarter, Delta took advantage of some fatigue that the Vikings were really showing, and they really put their size on display. I mean, if you just look at the rebounding differential at the halftime break, 39-26. I mean, that's absolutely ridiculous. Like, it's a plus 13 margin of total rebounds and plus 9 margin at the half in offensive rebounds. And that was part of the reason why it was 33-24. But in the third quarter, DVC, I mean, they came out. It looked like they were on a runner's high. Delta had their lead cut down all the way to 1 throughout the third quarter. And I mean, DVC just seemed like they were cruising and they were on one and they were all about trying to get back into that game. Eventually, a tough few shots at the end of the quarter led to a 45-50 score at the end of 3 quarters played. So Vikings were down 5. And in that fourth quarter, so close. The Vikings cut it down to 1. They fought extremely hard. But at the 3:16 mark, this is the differentiating point. Tegan Gaines went down, hurt her knee, and that was already her knee that she's been fostering all year long. She unfortunately is out for an undisclosed amount of time now. But yeah, she pulled a Kobe, went to the free throw line, knocked down the free throw, but was unable to come back into the game, and obviously is out tonight as well. And unfortunately, the Vikings fought hard. They played all the way down to the wire, but in the last few minutes, just a few half-second late rotations led to 3-point shots dropping for Delta College, and that gave us the final of 65-57. Vikings drop it to the number 2 team in NorCal. And yeah, I mean, it's going to be an interesting story to see. So the last time Tegan Gaines was hurt was against Laney College in a very similar situation with a very similar team where both of them are very press-heavy teams. DVC still found a way to win in their next couple games when they went over to the Foothill tournament to play Foothill, Hartnell, and Tegan played a little bit in that Santa Monica game, but really just running up and down the floor just a little bit. One thing to note as well, Lexi LePerry, one of the best scorers for the Vikings as well, was out in that series. So the Vikings know how to win shorthanded. They have the formula, but it's just a matter of if you could do it against a really tough Hawks team. Casey Waters is the third-year head coach for the Vikings, 25-43 on the year. Second-year assistant coach Sam Garski joined alongside with her. And as we get here, let's go straight into the starters. So we'll start with the Hawks. It'll be number 1, forward from Springfield, Missouri, one of the transfers from out of state, Michaela Whalen. I mean, she's 19 points per game, 4 rebounds in her last showing, averaging 12.1 points per game, 7.4 rebounds per game. She's one of the best rebounders on the team. So it's somebody that you have to factor in. At another guard, it's going to be LaKayla Hale, the freshman from Elk Grove, California. I mean, one of the best scorers on the team as well, averaging 14.6 points per game, as well as 5.2 rebounds per game. I mean, this is a team with essentially 3 4-headed attacks, so you got to factor in every single player on the floor for scoring. At another guard, it'll be number 23, Ashley Gonzalez, the sophomore from Dallas, Texas. Last year, she averaged 18 points and 10 rebounds in the 2 matchups against the Vikings, so she's somebody that the Vikings have experience with. She was one of the best scorers on the team last year. She's giving you 14.7 points per game this year, and she's one of the best 3-point shooters on the team, so you got to watch out for her from outside of the arc. In the front court, I mean, 2 really big players. This team is massive. They have 3 6-foot players. Number 10, Saray White from Sacramento, California. She's giving you 16.4 points per game alongside your leading assist at 3.7 per game and 5.3 rebounds. She's taken 100 free throws this year. I mean, she's 7th in free throw attempts. She knows how to work her size and get to the line, and she's somebody that the Vikings are going to have to match up against well. And last but not least, the freshman center of Sacramento, California, Mylea Campbell. I mean, not necessarily the biggest scoring threat, but she's a massive body inside, and you got to factor that in every single time. If you leave her unchecked, she'll make you pay, and that size is something that cannot be taught. And on the other side of the floor for the Vikings have a little bit of a shakeup in the lineup, but Izzy De La Cruz, a continual starter for the Vikings here. The 5'4" sophomore from Las Lomas High School, averaging 11.1 points per game, but I mean, her scoring really hasn't been the story this year. It's been her assist game. She's giving you 7.4 assists per game. That's second in the 3C 2A, and it's first since Big 8 play. I mean, she's just been a monster. Gave you 14.5 points per game alongside 4 assists in those 2 games last year. So expect to see her start to try to carry some of that load with Tegan Gaines out. And I expect facilitating from De La Cruz, but as well as more of a scoring role. At a shooting guard position will be the 5'6" freshman from Bishop O'Dowd, Grace Oakley. Oakley, one of those players that can really spot up and knock down the deep ball from the outside. She can rotate and play some good defense as well. You just got to watch out for the handles that you're missing with Tegan Gaines. She's okay at handling the ball, but less of a ball handler than somebody like Gaines. So Oakley's going to get the start. Last time the Vikings started Oakley, they did get the win, so something to factor in right over there. At another guard, it'll be Lexi LaPerry, the sophomore from Alhambra High School. Lexi, I mean, monster game the first game against CRC last year. 24 points, 7 rebounds, 3 assists, a steal, and 4 turnovers. She had a rough night against Delta, where she only went 2 for 10, but I mean, knew how to find her way to the free throw line and really impact the scoring. And part of the raise that the Vikings came back in that third quarter was because Lexi was able to get fouled and go to the free throw line, stop the clock, and be able to get some of those points going. She's still giving you 10.8 points per game alongside 4.5 rebounds, 4.5 assists, and is one of the best players in the state in terms of assist to turnover ratio. Lexi is going to be great tonight. I can already feel it. At a forward, it'll be Tamana Sharifi, number 30, the sophomore from Independence High School. Sharifi's going to have to step up big, especially in the absence of Tegan Gaines. I expect her to come out and really put her game on display on offense. Tamana has been so good this year for the Vikings, shooting 40 from inside of the paint and 40 from outside of the paint. She hasn't knocked in a three-point shot in Big 8 play, so that's something to factor in. She was shooting above 50% previous to that. And last but not least, the 5'7" sophomore from Alhambra High School, number 32, Sky Parker. Sky's giving you 14.4 points per game, 8.6 rebounds per game in Big 8 play. She's currently 6th in field goals and 11th in rebounds since conference play began. And I think Sky, on her 20th birthday, is going to come out here and try to give you the best. So Sky Parker taking the middle of the floor, working against Malia Campbell, and we'll get this game started. Vikings will be working right to left. CRC working left to right. Vikings in their gray tops, gray bottoms with the green trims and the green numerals as the ball is tipped up in the air, and it's won by CRC to start. CRC on the other end wearing their blue jerseys, blue bottoms with the orange trim and the outline orange numerals. And then we'll get LaKayla Hale to get this game started as the Vikings will set up in a 2-3 zone in this early going. Max Agres joined alongside Ryan Shell, coming back into the fold this week after missing last week. And the inbounds pass over to White as she works towards the block. 6 seconds left to shoot. A deep 2-point shot from the left wing, knocked down. Michaela Whalen opens up the scoring with her 18-foot jumper. Vikings push it ahead. It's over to Sharifi, and now LaPerry will get the return. Nearly turns the ball over, fouling De La Cruz. And that was LaKayla Hale getting a little overzealous there as the ball was nearly knocked in the backcourt. Vikings very fortunate to be able to get the foul instead of the turnover there.
Yeah, LaPerry kind of stared down the defender, and those telegraph passes typically lead to fast break layups on the other end.
So De La Cruz to inbound it from the near baseline here with 20 seconds left to shoot. Opening possession for the Vikings here. LaPerry clears out some space, trying to go across the court over to Sharifi, but the ball was knocked out of bounds. Last touch off of CRC, so the Vikings will get the ball. De La Cruz to inbound it from the right side of the baseline. Eyeing down the floor through her mass, finds Parker, pops up a 15-footer, offensive rebound brought in by Sharifi. Sharifi rips away the ball before a jump ball's opportunity happens. And I believe the shot clock needs to be reset. They reset it thinking a shot went up, but instead 11 seconds left, so the Vikings will have 11 seconds on the inbounds here. Something that just has been a little bit of a difficult situation this year. A few errant shot clocks. It's been a lot better this year than last year, so growth is all we can ever ask for, right?
Yeah, exactly, you know.
From the hash mark, it'll be De La Cruz once more. Over to LaPerry, and I think they reset the shot clock again. They're not going to stop the play here, and I think they're just going to give it a fresh shot clock. So be it. Grace to Sharifi, cutting down the right side of the wing. Bounce pass back over to LaPerry. LaPerry pulls up from 16 feet out. And De La Cruz pulls up from 6 feet out. And Izzy De La Cruz already making her mark, answering the call. Vikings putting on a three-quarter court pressure here. It'll be Ashley Gonzalez lobbing ahead, getting over to White to break the timeline. White nearly loses the ball inside of the trees. Finds Gonzalez from left wing, and Gonzalez fouled shooting the triple. Grace Oakley coming to help her up. Good sportsmanship shown there, but just a bad situation to get it started. As Grace Oakley will send Ashley Gonzalez to the free throw line, a 63% free throw shooter.
And as we said it before in the pregame, Ashley Gonzalez is one of their best shooters. So obviously Grace Oakley, knowing that, tried to close out, but a little bit too much there on the closeout led to the foul.
Yeah, just a little overzealous on the play. Second free throw in as well. I mean, one thing you got to factor in, this team presses, so that's probably why her free throw percentage is so low. You're getting her early in the game where she's not fatigued whatsoever, and that shows why she's been able to knock down the first two, and now the third perfect free throw. So as good as the three-pointer as if it dropped. It's a 5-2 game now. Putting on the pressure, and the Vikings break it pretty easily. LaPerry over to De La Cruz, and De La Cruz calling the offense. Finds LaPerry running straight to the basket. LaPerry smokes the layup. She cannot believe it. Right underneath the basket. I mean, Ashley Gonzalez couldn't even believe it. She shook her head saying, how do we leave her that open? That'd be Saray White going around the world into the paint. Campbell throws it back. Vikings get a steal. It's a 3-on-1. Cross-court pass over to Grace Oakley, and the ball was just knocked out. I mean, Vikings just smoking two straightaway layups. And now trying to go coast to coast as Hale gets a flat shot to drop off the back of the rim, and her first free throw is good. 7-2 the lead. Vikings looked like they had a little momentum going their way, but weren't able to answer there. Rolling to the hoop, Sky Parker. Didn't like the shot, so instead returned back over the left wing for LaPerry. 15 seconds left on the shot clock. LaPerry calling the play, 3 fingers up on her left hand, right-handed dribble, over to Oakley. Oakley doesn't settle for the 3. Vikings continue to move it with 6 seconds on the clock. LaPerry now, LaPerry, pump fake, ball fakes, 3 seconds left, out to the corner, nearly turns it over. Oakley has her shot blocked as she just had to throw up a Hail Mary from the corner. And the Vikings, I mean, they're getting opportunities, but just not able to capitalize on it in this early going.
Yeah, it was really good defense there, though, by CRC. They did a really good job helping off of whenever DVC got into the paint, and, yeah, were able to block the shot and force the turnover.
So CRC currently making some early game mistakes, but the Vikings just unable to capitalize on it as White takes it straight to the hole. She was working around the rim, whole entire fake movement, and then all of a sudden takes one step in and makes it 9-2. Vikings didn't answer her badly. The only score came on the opening possession for the Vikes. And just not on the same page was Oakley alongside LaPerry as LaPerry turns the ball over. Substitutions coming in. We'll see a little bit of a different lineup here with Tegan Gaines out. So early playing time here for Tanaya Lindsay, the freshman at Langston Hughes Academy. Also coming in, Skylar Hendricks has really given the Vikings some good playing time in the last few minutes. So to the bench, Sharifi alongside Grace Oakley. Hale rotating around the perimeter. It's Whalen now cutting straight to the hole. Whalen, the floater from 12 feet out. Offensive rebound and a nice block underneath the basket for Henrich there as Campbell can get a clean shot off. De La Cruz threads the needle, and it's Sky Parker getting her first basket. Just a nice two-woman game there with De La Cruz and Sky Parker. White straight to the block, high off the glass, and Saray White, a nice looking shot, 11-4. Sky Parker back to De La Cruz. Parker gets it. Henrich for 3. Henrich rattles her first in. Skylar Henrich, first made three-point shot in Big 8 play, but she is very capable of knocking down that deep ball, and we talked about it before. Henrich, I mean, it's all about her confidence. When she gets that first shot to drop, it's huge. And an answered three-point shot by Michaela Whalen on the other side. She's got 5 points now, and it's 14-7. LaPerry to De La Cruz. De La Cruz around on the edge of the logo of the DVC Vikings. Over to Parker. Parker, ball fakes, turns around, 12 feet out. A little too strong. Rebound brought in by Campbell. 5:23 remaining here in the first quarter of play. Hale over to Whalen, the extra pass, finds Gonzalez cutting down the baseline, but she's pushed away from the basket now. No look pass to White. White with the crossover, has the switch, and a foul on De La Cruz. You got to factor this in as well. So Ray White at 6 feet, I mean, she's listed as a forward, but she can really handle the ball.
Yeah, we've seen it the whole game, whether it be on the fast break or kind of taking her woman off the dribble. She's done a really good job of handling the ball and attacking the paint.
So when the Vikings switch there, even though you have a good defender in De La Cruz on the ball, I mean, you're giving up 8 inches of size. I mean, that's a massive difference, and that might be a factor going into later parts of the game. 15 seconds left on the shot clock. Over to Waylon. Waylon nearly loses the ball. Gonzalez lucky to be there to pick it up. White out to the corner. Jab steps, cutting down the baseline. Hale trying to go with the reverse, hit the bottom of the backboard. And the Vikings playing a stout 30 seconds of defense there. White arguing with the official, trying to say, hey, shouldn't it be a shot clock, or shouldn't it be off bounds on the Vikings, but it was 30 seconds before it went out of bounds.
Interesting to see DVC looks like they were in a 2-3 zone there, so maybe trying to offset some of the height of the CRC with a zone defense.
Yeah, we saw that against San Joaquin Delta in the last game where the Vikings predominantly played that 2-3 zone. And now doing the same in this situation. Both teams with some 6-footers in San Joaquin Delta and the CRC Hawks team, a very large team. Tanaya Lindsay has the ball with 10 seconds remaining. Trying to get over to Sky Parker. Parker gets the ball wrapped up and a foul. Officials very quick to call the whistle in this situation here, and that's something you got to factor in going to the game. When you see the officials, I mean, there's a relative small pool of officials that come out here, so you got to understand, hey, this person's likely to call a tighter game than another person. And with 20 seconds left on the shot clock as they have to reset it, it'll be De La Cruz to inbound it from the right side of the baseline. De La Cruz the trigger, fighting over the top, and now it's Sky Parker getting the block, and Parker will earn a trip to the free throw line for the first time this evening. Foul goes against, I believe it actually is Malia Campbell, 20, not 3.
Really good delay there from Parker on the inbound play. She kind of found the soft spot in the defense and was able to kind of stand there, and De La Cruz, obviously being the great passer that she is, was able to see it pointed out and convert for the foul.
First free throw out for Parker. Parker only a 57% free throw shooter. Parker really trying to bounce back after a tough game last time around. 4 points on 1 of 7 shooting with 5 rebounds in that last game. Parker able to knock down the second, splitting the pair. She's got 3 points now. And we were knotted up at 14-7 for the last couple minutes of play, and the Vikings now finally break that little bit of a scoring drought with the free throw. 14-8 now at the 4:16 mark. And it's a travel called against LaKayla Hill. That's her second turnover, if I'm not mistaken. LaPerry over to Parker, and now De La Cruz, 15-footer. And De La Cruz finding her groove here in the early going with the free throw line jumper. 4-point game now, 14-10. 4 minutes remaining in the first. Wayland has the ball to Nia Lindsay on defense. Has the switch with De La Cruz now. Back over to White. White driving to the hole, gets past De La Cruz, and the floater is in. That size and the handling ability, I mean, it's just showing itself in this very early going to the game. Henrich left alone from the right wing. Henrich, nothing but net. 2 3-point shots dropped in early for the freshman from Clayton Valley Charter. It's a 3-point game, 16-13. Despite the fact that the Vikings are a little shorthanded here, they're definitely playing up to the competition tonight. Saray White, another drive inside, and she's feeding from inside the paint now. She's got 6 points, the leading scorer of the game for the Hawks. Lob ahead, and Henrich tried to save it before it went out of bounds. I mean, this is a little bit of an interesting situation here with CRC right now. We expected to see an all-out press, but now what we're seeing is just a little bit touch of a shell of a 3-quarter court pressure.
Yeah, honestly, between both teams, they're both kind of maybe adjusting. You saw it a little bit earlier in the game, but it seems as the game went on, they both kind of adjusted and want to play more of a half-court set defense.
So Rode McKissick and Morning Briggs coming for the first time for CRC. They're joined by Gonzalez with Hale cutting to the hole right now, and White is the last one down. White falls down to a rear end. Ball's tipped alive. It goes over the right block, and Morning Briggs misses the shot from the block. 18-13. Grace Oakley comes into the game alongside Sharifa once more. Read the pass perfectly was White. White with the steal, going down the right side of the floor, gets right to that spot once more. Contact, but no call. Rebound brought in by Henrich. White still on the ground, late to get up there. Oakley, extra pass, over to Parker. Parker using the glass. And Sky Parker, second basket here, giving her 5 points, 18-15. Sharifi to the scores table. I misspoke earlier. She's still waiting on an opportunity to check in here. Vikings have Parker Henrich with Grace Oakley, De La Cruz, and LaPerry currently. Gonzalez working the clock down to 11 seconds. A crossover dribble. Steps into a short right wing jumper. Off the mark, De La Cruz with the board. Throwing in front. Ball goes over to LaPerry. Nice handles. The scoop shot underneath. And the foul by Morning Briggs. That's the fourth foul against CRC. 1:53 remaining. And they're actually going to call the ball against Roden McKissick. I thought it was the body contact from Morning Briggs. But, like we talked about before, Lexi LaPerry affecting the game by being able to get to the free throw line. First free throw in. Lexi LaPerry's first points come from the line, averaging 10.8 points per game, 23rd in the state in free throw percentage. Hits the front of the iron on the second attempt, so she'll split the pair, but it's a 2-point game now, 18-16 at the 148 mark. White looks like she wanted to take a deep three, but instead second thoughts. Hale has it back with 15 seconds. Cutting down the left side of the wing, gets past two different defenders. Left a little too wide open there as she had the ball go off the glass and well over the top. It'll be an offensive foul called against CRC. No, instead, I think the ball merely just went out of bounds. It looked like one of the officials wanted to call something. And instead, they call it against Parker. I don't know how that situation, you could see Sky Parker hands in the air thinking, what did I do? If there's anything, I thought it was going to be an over-the-back called against White. But instead, an opportunity to reset the shot clock. I think they're going to reset to 20. Yeah, there you go. And now an opportunity to build up the lead again as it's 18-16. I think head coach Casey Waters talking to the officials, trying to get some clarification of what just happened there. And the officials are going to continue to talk about it and deliberate. And a circle of the hand. I'm not sure what that means, Ryan. Do you know?
No,
I think it's just continue play.
It's just, I guess so.
Inbounds pass to Morning Briggs. Morning Briggs airballs the opportunity there. I mean, that's not necessarily her spot from about 11, 12 feet out. She's more of a throw it in the post and then let her use her size person. Now a little bit more of a press there. It's a 2-1-2 press. Vikings easily break it with the handles of De La Cruz. They doubled De La Cruz and left a wide open shooter from the right wing, and it's Oakley a little flat with the shot. Good positioning by Morning Briggs being able to get the ball, diving to the ground, ball still live. Henrich doesn't get it cleanly. Coming away with it are the Hawks. Cosumnes River College over to the right wing now. A three-point shot taken, and I believe it was knocked down by Roden McKissick. We got the CRC men's team getting in her way. I wasn't able to see much there. The men's team has come in the second part of a doubleheader. Almost set here. I can't quite see as we get more players here. Henrich misses the shot from the left wing, and it's a 21-6 game. Spins around, and a travel. Hale with their third turnover. It's a little tough of a situation there. You hope they move past you quickly, but it seemed like all those trees in front of us just kept moving. About a 4-second shot clock, game clock difference, and the Vikings are going to go to the baseline. And it's Sky Parker earning another trip to the free throw line. That'll be the fifth foul against CRC as well. So the Vikings in the last 25 seconds are in the bonus now.
The Vikings did a really good job there of attacking a defense that was kind of offset. They weren't really set on defense, and Sky Parker did a really good job filling the lines.
Parker misses the front end of the free throw as well. So the Vikings are still within punching range here, but I mean, a lot of opportunities missed. Parker riles out both. 1 for 4 from the free throw line here. It's 21-16. It's a 5-point lead for the Hawks, and they'll be content to take the last shot. From the left wing, Hale will dribble. 2-3 zone set for the Vikings, trying to work off a screen. It's Hale, handoff over to Gonzalez. Gonzalez being pressured by De La Cruz, and White with the deep three-point shot, kisses off the glass. The bank is open for Saray White. And with that three ball, it's a 24-16 lead for CRC throughout the first 10 minutes of play here on DVC Vikings Live. (24-16) our score after the first 10 minutes of play here at the Palladium on Steve Kiltramiller Court. A couple familiar faces are on the bench for the Vikings tonight, as June Brooms as well as Jackie Aguayo have come back, and they're giving a little bit of a pep talk to the team at the halftime break as they join the huddle. So it's good to see some familiar faces back here at the Palladium. And the Vikings will send out Oakley, LaPerry, Sharifi alongside Henrich and Sky Parker to start off the second quarter. So a rare breather for De La Cruz here. On the other side, it'll be Hill alongside Morning Briggs, joined with Roden McKissick, Saray White, who just hit that last three-point shot, and Ashley Gonzalez still in the game. A stoppage in play as the officials are trying to get something worked out. I mean, it just feels like nobody's really been up and running at 100% tonight.
Yeah, I believe the shot clock wasn't even turned on the whole entire possession, so makes sense.
So with the reset of the shot clock, he'll go to 25 and a baseline inbounds for Lexi LaPerry now. Eyeing around the defense, needs to find somebody here. Vikings finally get over to Sharifi, and Lexi LaPerry comes to get the ball back. Right wing, three-point shot, and Tamana knocks down the three. Her first three-point shot in Big 8 play, and that's a great sight to see if you're a Vikings fan. 24-19. Saray White, Euro step inside, decides to pass it over to Gonzalez, and Gonzalez from 15 feet out from the short left wing. I mean, what a score she is. Already 8 points in this early going, only second to White's 9. LaPerry tripped alongside the left wing. No foul called here as Morning Briggs has the ball. Outlets over to Hale. Hale having a lane, and Hale will take it straight to the hole, filling the cup. LaKayla Hale, 4 points now for her. And just like that, it's a 9-point lead for the Hawks. Not really even pressing. I mean, the scouting report was that they were going to press heavy and get on top of you, but CRC tonight playing a three-quarter court shell and then setting up a nice half-court defense. Skylar Henrich, cross-court pass over to the corner, and Oakley's ball ricochets all around before being brought in by Morning Briggs. Gonzalez gets through the Vikings defense pretty easily, and Ashley Gonzalez, now our first player into double digits with 10 points. Vikings cannot allow a situation like that to happen. I mean, you got two defenders just reaching. You got to get a body in front of somebody. 11-point lead now as CRC opens up the first double-digit lead. Grace Oakley shovels it over to Parker, who wasn't expecting the ball and has to settle with the 17-foot jumper from the side of the top of the key. Hale trying to answer with a three ball of her own, was nearly tripped up, and the three ball is starting to drop now for the Hawks. 33-19 the score, as it's a 14-point advantage, and the Vikings will get a rotational piece here. Sharifi going to the bench.
As De La Cruz kind of checks in, we can see that the last few possessions, DVC really struggled with ball handling and trying to get good shots. So maybe De La Cruz entering the game, it was more of a necessity than anything.
Yeah, absolutely. De La Cruz, the main ball handler for the Vikings, the #1 assist maker in the 3C2A. Back into the game as Sky Parker gets the feed from the top of the key, and a little too much cha-cha, as John Brown likes to say. Vikings turn the ball over, and I mean, they just need a score. Second quarter has been all CRC in this early going. This is 33-19. They open up the double-digit lead as Sharifi comes back to the scores table. Hale has been the main ball handler tonight. Raids wrapped up in a bun. Gets a screen, goes to the hole, the Euro, and a very nifty finish for LaKayla Hill. 9 points now for her. Grace Oakley tries a Euro of her own. The scoop shot now. And Oakley's first basket in the last couple games drops on a very nice play.
Yeah, Grace Oakley right there said, anything you can do, I can do better.
14-point lead now for CRC as the Vikings fight back into this one. Whalen jumping with the ball, stops her dribble, has to defer back over to Hale, who works between the circles. Opportunity for Whalen to cut. She drives right in between two defenders for the Vikings, but the Vikings turn her over. Henrich cannot believe she let that ball go. From the corner now, a flat shot. Vikings still unable to get the ball. Shoveled ahead, and a second turnover in a row by Hale. Vikings just cannot get a clean possession here, and Hale topples to the floor. She's fouled on the play. It looks like she just ran into a wall as she runs into Henrich. De La Cruz will be called on the reach-in, and that's her second now.
Really tough position right there for Henrich. The game's going so fast, you can't really make a decision to take a charge there, but if you don't take the charge, typically the ref is not going to reward you with an offensive foul, and it resulted in Hale going to the free throw line.
And Hale's first free throw is good for the 62% free throw shooter. I mean, that situation, I think there would be a no call if the reach-in didn't happen by De La Cruz, because Henrich was there. I mean, yes, she didn't fall, but I mean, you're expected to fall when the player is significantly smaller than you in that situation. De La Cruz gets the rebound after the second missed free throw from Hale. Hale into double digits now with 10 points. But yeah, the reach-in was just, that was the punishing moment there. Sharifi over to Henrich. Henrich has the lane, she'll take it. And another smoked layup at the paint. I mean, just 4 or 5 opportunities for the Vikings here now, unable to convert. Ford Small in for the first time, and she calls for the ball from the corner. Deep inside of the corner, ricochets out, and another rebound tallied down for De La Cruz. Whipping it ahead over to LaPerry. LaPerry spun around side the baseline. LaPerry cutting down the lane. LaPerry with the floater. Oh, wide right. Another opportunity there where you have a good-looking shot, but just unable to convert. And a cherry pick ahead over to Whalen as Whalen smokes the shot as well. And the Vikings taking a timeout, a very good timeout by the Vikings here. CRC smelled blood in the water, and they took advantage of it. And they're up 15 here at the 5:41 mark of the second quarter here on DVC Vikings. (36-21). It's been a game that CRC's been playing well, but more than anything, DVC has just really shot themselves in the foot.
Yeah, there's been about like at least 10 points missed between layups and just easy gettable buckets. And in reality, you can say, oh, you know, we need to play better defense, we need to do this. But in reality, you just need to score the easy shots that the defense has given you. And right now, DVC isn't converting those.
Yeah, man, it's just point-blank shots from right underneath the basket. These are routine shots that the Vikings hit on a timely basis. And Oakley fires away from the right wing, unable to get that three ball to drop once more. Long rebound goes over to Whalen. Vikings send out Sharifi as a mid-range jumper is missed. That was a left elbow jumper by Whalen. And now Vikings have De La Cruz, LaPerry alongside Sharifi, Grace Oakley, and Sky Parker. The starters back on the floor for the Vikes. A crossover dribble, kicks it out to the left wing. LaPerry for three. And Lexi LaPerry's first basket comes in the second quarter at the 5-10 mark as she knocks down the three ball from the left wing. 12-point game. Great assist by De La Cruz there. And now Morning Briggs will fire away from the free throw line. Flying in for the rebound, but leaves it short once more as Whalen. I mean, we've seen a few missed free throw or point blank opportunities for CRC as well. De La Cruz spun around, back to the spot to LaPerry, and LaPerry a little short. Great effort to tip it up in the air once more, but Whalen comes away with it. Ford Small has the ball taken away, hand in the cookie jar. De La Cruz stole one there. Sky Parker able to come back and to get the ball. And now the scoop shot leaning in from the block. A terrific move from Sky Parker. Fighting through a 5-inch size difference there as she had Morning Briggs on her. Saray White to the scorer's table alongside Ashley Gonzalez for the Hawks. The entry pass knocked away. Morning Briggs wasn't ready for that ball. And now LaPerry will push. There's a couple players behind the ball for CRC. Vikings turn the ball over. Grace Oakley telegraphed the pass over to De La Cruz. Tanaya Lindsay to the scorer's table as well, as Rode McKissick has the ball from the left wing extended. Looking for a screen, steps into a three ball. And another strong rebound by Whalen there. Turnaround jumper from 14 feet out. The rebound and the basket. I mean, you can see why she's such an efficient scorer with 19 points last game. She is a hard player. And another opportunity to go to the free throw line now for Sky Parker. She's 1 for 4, but has drawn 3 fouls. So, I mean, start to get it going. The clock stops. You have an opportunity to cut in that lead. Second foul against Morning Briggs. She fouled out the last game. I mean, 4 foul outs on the year. That's something you see in the scouting report, and you know you got to work around. Substitutions here as Ashley Gonzalez comes in alongside Saray White. She joins LaKayla Hell with Michaela Whalen and Malia Campbell. And another flat free throw for Parker now. Just cannot quite find the range from the stripe tonight. She's got 7 points, but leaving a lot from the free throw line. Second free throw finally calibrates it correctly now. 2 for 6 now. And it's an 11-point game with 3:24 remaining here in the second quarter. Whalen from the right wing with Tanaya Lindsay on her. Henrich comes in the game as well. Cutting to the hole, it's Hale. Hale gets up the shot. And then another opportunity for a good-looking shot, but just wasn't able to convert. 5 seconds remaining. De La Cruz leaning across the timeline. Sky Parker able to corral the really tough ball. And Parker just takes it in a couple dribbles straight to the hole. And Sky Parker's got 9.
Really good hands there by Parker. Was able to kind of get an errant pass to go. And, yeah, really good finish high off the glass.
Yeah, she just used the momentum that the ball brought her and went straight to the hole with it. It's a 9-point game now. Trying to draw a foul was Ashley Gonzalez, and Gonzalez hit the deck and threw the ball low with an air ball, and the Vikings might have gotten away with one there.
Yeah, it looked like there was 2 hands on her body when she shot, so hopefully, you know, the refs are on our side on that one.
9-point game, left wing attempt. Henrich not able to get her second three-point shot to drop, her third. She's already knocked down 2 in the first quarter. And now from the side of the key, a missed mid-range jumper from Hale. Another O board for Gonzalez. Hale gets the ball to the block this time. Too much off the glass. 3 different players boxing out the Vikings there. And a putback padding her stats was Campbell as she gets her first basket there. Got 2 offensive rebounds and finally got the basket in. 11-point game now. Tanaya Lindsay showing off her offensive game, using the back of the rim there. As Tanaya Lindsay, I mean, if you can get her going offensively, that is a very positive note, especially with the missing Tegan Gaines on the floor. You want as much scoring as possible as the Vikings trying to make up 14 points per game that Gaines gives them. Oh, nice shimmy underneath the basket for Saray White. She misses the shot, but another offensive board. Vikings just cannot get a clean opportunity here. And a foul and one there. Ashley Gonzalez has 12 points now, going to the free throw line and trying to make it an old-fashioned three-point play there as it's 42-31. Holding her wrist at the end of the play as well. Henrich picks up her first.
One of the hardest things about running a zone defense for DVC right now is you really have to make sure you're boxing out, because it's not like you're just right next to your woman on defense. You really have to make an effort to find somebody, find a body, and make sure they don't get close to where you need to be in the restricted area.
And the and one opportunity is good. 4 for 4 from the free throw line. 13 total points for Ashley Gonzalez as she's the leading scorer here. And yeah, I mean, it just feels like the Vikings have one person in there and then 3 different Hawks are on the inside fighting hard for a rebound. I mean, size is going to be a big differentiating factor with how the rebound battle will go, but more than anything, it's just they're out-harding the Vikings there. Parker, triple team inside of the baseline with 6 seconds left. Ball's knocked out of bounds off the Hawks, and the Vikings will have a short clock to work with after the inbounds pass. Substitutions for the Vikings now, as Oakley and Henrich and Tanaya Lindsay will come out. Sharifi with Grace Oakley into the game for the Vikes. De La Cruz over to Parker, 5 seconds left. LaPerry has it to the corner. De La Cruz out. Missed the shot. Campbell corrals it. Ball lofted over the top. And the deep ball passed inside over to Whalen. That's a touchdown pass for the bucket now, and it's a 14-point lead for the Hawks here, 45-31. 47 seconds remaining. Grace Oakley, entry pass. Turnaround jumper for Sky Parker off the mark. Gonzalez comes away with it. And Gonzalez going straight inside. Fights through De La Cruz, and the ball will stay with the Hawks here with Campbell. The step around, and another missed basket there. Saray White, I mean, started off the game so hot, but missed the last couple baskets when she really created some good opportunities there. Vikings can hold the last shot here with 14 seconds remaining. De La Cruz is doubled. They leave Oakley open. Oakley steps into a three-point shot, and Grace Oakley takes one step forward, and 3 more points for the Vikes here. 5 points for Grace Oakley. Gonzalez fires away at the buzzer. Nice opportunity at the basket, but that'll bring us to a score at halftime. 45 CRC, 34 DVC. So the Vikings fought in that second quarter. They fell behind early on. They cut it down to a one-possession game, but I mean, just a ton of missed opportunities for the Vikings here in this early going.
Yeah, it's really just everything around the basket, whether it be layups on the offensive end or missing simple assignments on a box out on the defensive end. The Vikings, if they can shore those things up, it's only an 11-point game. They can really make a turnaround and make this a game going into the second half.
Yeah, and I think more than anything, what they're going to preach at halftime is going to be second chance opportunities, because this is what we saw last game against Delta College, and this is what we're seeing tonight. Vikings just giving up way too many rebounds, whether it be right inside the paint or long rebounds being tracked down. I get it. You got a pretty short roster tonight with Tegan Gaines out, but you got to hustle to that ball and you got to go get it.
Yeah, exactly. It's just you got to preach what you practice, and right now I think the Vikings are going to go into their halftime speech and really talk about just gang rebounding, being able to, as a team, defend and still focus on getting the rebound, and then offensively turning that into maybe getting more shots that, instead of over dribbling, more simple shots around the basket, and hopefully that will help them convert layups.
Yeah, just running some clean set defense, some dribble handoffs, some pick and roll, something along those lines to really set up the Vikings for a good opportunity to get baskets off. And with that, we want to ring first the DVC 10th annual poker tournament coming on. That'll be February 3rd at the HSF building. That'll be $40 to attend. That's all you can eat and drink. $75 to play. $20 buy-ins, rebuy-ins, I should say. Winner takes home $500. Second place takes home $250. Third place takes home $200. That's a ton of fun. Come and join DVC Athletics for a great night of some cards. Go to eventbrite.com and search DVC Poker. And with that, it'll send us to a halftime break here on DVC Vikings Live. We've got a 45-34 game. The shorthanded Vikings looking to come back from a double-digit deficit at the half here. Back here, about 1 minute remaining at the half. Our score at the half, 45-34. Vikings trailing by 11 here. And as we recap what happened in the first half, so CRC came out and they took a 7-2 lead to get this game going. And I mean, really, it's just been both teams have not been executing to their fullest potentials. A bunch of missed field goals on from point-blank range, really, from both teams. I mean, it seems like DVC has left more inside of the paint than CRC has at this point, though.
Yeah, exactly. And I would say the main difference between the two teams is that when CRC has been able to go to the line, they've been able to convert more free throws. And on the offensive rebounds, there's been definitely more created opportunities for more shots, which equal more points for CRC. So DVC definitely has to look into stopping their offensive rebounding and potentially offsetting the foul difference and maybe getting more free throws to go from the line.
Yeah, 5 for 6 for ARC was the free throw numbers in the first half. And for the Vikings, I mean, Parker shot 6 free throws, only knocked down 2 of them, and Lexi Perry split a pair. So leaving a lot inside of the paint and leaving a lot from the free throw line. And CRC getting the ball to get it started here in the second half. It's going to be Waylon joined alongside Hale. She's with Campbell, Ashley Gonzalez, and the last woman, Saray White. For the Vikings, it'll be De La Cruz with Sharifi, Grace Oakley, LaPerry, and Sky Parker. Hale will be the predominant ball handler in this first group as she defers over to White, and White scanning the floor. Calls the play with the right arm, flexing the bicep. Drives down, takes it herself straight to the hole. Like a gazelle galloping down the right side of the lane. The freshman from Sacramento with a nice move to the hole. 47-34 score here. De La Cruz now handling for the Vikes. De La Cruz drive out to the corner with the kick. And the ball's way over the top here as Grace Oakley didn't even get the rim there. They reset the shot clock. The Vikings should get the ball back with about 9 or 10 seconds remaining now after they fix it. Officially, it's going to be 11, and the Vikings are going to have to inbound it from the baseline once more. Shot clock tonight, man. Just been a little bit of a tough situation. Vikings working left to right in this second half. And Grace Oakley from the sideline now actually to inbound it. Gets it over to LaPerry, and LaPerry is going to try to work off the screen from Sharifi. Sharifi left alone at the top of the key. Knocked down a three-point shot earlier with 2 seconds left. Gets the right elbow. And Tamana Sharifi gets the basket for the Vikes. And it's 47-34. Sharifi's had some nice opportunities in some late clock situations. Gets past the screen. It's Hale. Over to Gonzalez. Gonzalez finding a woman cutting to the basket. And Michaela Whalen now has 11 points. And it looks like the size of CRC is playing a huge factor in this early going. Doubled for a moment. Good hands by De La Cruz, able to kick this one back out over to Grace Oakley. Dribble handoff now. And De La Cruz lowers the shoulder, clears off some space. Baseline drops it off. LaPerry in the corner. Grace Oakley assist. 3-point basket by Lexi. And she's knocked down 2 3-point bowls in this game in this early going. And that's a 10-point game now, 49-39. Hale from the left wing. Down the right side of the lane. And the blow-bys are just, I mean, I don't know how many of them we've seen as Hale is able to get straight to the basket once more. Oakley met at the summit, just roofed down by Campbell as Campbell falls to the ground. Gonzalez was there to pick up the ball after she hit the deck. Gonzalez gets the screen, gets open from 15 feet out, a little too strong. Sharifi with the board, and there's a woman down on the floor. It's Ashley Gonzalez as the Vikings try to push it over with Sharifi. Sharifi out to the corner, LaPerry from the same spot. Off the mark this time, Whalen brings it in. Hale stepping into a mid-range jumper. The legs got tangled up, and De La Cruz will pick up her third. That is a tough situation to be in. Maybe in a kick out of the legs of Hale, but Hale will get the trip to the free throw line after the missed jumper.
A little bit of an unorthodox fast break right there. Hale pulled up on a little bit of a 2-on-3 fast break from the elbow, and I think it kind of stunted De La Cruz in her defense. She didn't really know whether to commit or not, and at the last second, she may or may not have stuck out the legs and allowed De La Cruz to get into her airspace.
And the first free throw is off the mark there. She split the pair the first time around, made the first, missed the second, and she misses the first of the 2 free throw opportunities this time around. Second attempt now. Bombs the net. Can't quite call it ball don't lie, but ball kind of doesn't lie, doesn't know what's going on. Vikings breaking the pressure of CRC once more. Just that shell of a half-court defense, or a three-quarter court defense, I should say. That's a 13-point lead still for the Hawks. De La Cruz with the scoop shot coming from the left hip. Nearly knocks the ball away from Whalen as she gets the rebound. Another missed opportunity from the Vikings here as De La Cruz might have rolled up her ankle here. A free throw line jumper. Whalen off the mark. De La Cruz down to the ground. She's going to try to walk this one off, but I don't think she's going to be able to tough through it. This is a huge blow for the Vikings here. They're very short-handed. Their second ball handler in Tegan Gaines. And now if De La Cruz can't continue on this one, I mean, the offense is going to look very different. Mask instantly flew off. She's hustling over to the trainer's table now. And Tanaya Lindsay will come in replacement of De La Cruz. And I mean, just another blow taken by the Vikings here as De La Cruz hops up on the scores table. Sam Garski, the assistant coach of the Vikings, going to go check on her. It looks like it's a right ankle. So the Vikings now send out Tanaya Lindsay, Lexi LaPerry, alongside Grace Oakley, Tamana Sharifi, and Skylar Henrich. Springing free. Vikings able to inbound it. Working left to right. Crosses the timeline with 5 seconds to go. Lexi LaPerry will be the ball handler in this unit for the Vikings now. So she'll take over the point guard duties as she has the ball knocked away. Last touch off of Gonzalez. And the Vikings will inbound it from the sideline with 17 seconds remaining.
It's going to be interesting to see how the Vikings combat De La Cruz being out right now and with the pressure from CRC right now.
High inbounds pass over to Oakley. And now Oakley with the left-handed dribble, shovels over to the left wing extended. And it's LaPerry between the legs. LaPerry steps back, doesn't take the three. Finds Sharifi, but the ball was read perfectly. Whalen with the steal. Whalen coast to coast. Fills the cup. 13 points now for Michaela Whalen. 54-39. Tanaya Lindsay going to the hole. The Euro for her. A little short. Had a similar play in the first half as Sky Parker comes to the scores table. Like the opportunity, just couldn't knock down the shot. And a feed to Campbell. Campbell didn't get it cleanly, but it's Hale with a high scoop shot from the low block left. And it just looks like all the momentum that DVC was trying to build here went away when De La Cruz came out of the game. 56-39. Tanaya Lindsay left alone from the right wing. Back over to LaPerry with 15 seconds remaining. LaPerry driving down the left wing. LaPerry, the floater, another missed shot. Everything but the basket there. And a very tough shot from the low block for White. And Saray White will earn a trip to the line once more. Second foul called against Skylar Henrich. Yeah, it's just this offense. I mean, it's moving the ball around pretty decently without De La Cruz on the floor, but I mean, you can just feel the collective breath of DVC being held right now as they are put into a very precarious situation at the 5:44 mark. White's first free throw is nuts. 12 points for her now on the night. Second opportunity from the line now. And her pink Adidas kicks. Second free throw in. Saray White now with 13 points. 4 players with 13 points. Whalen, Hale, White, and Gonzalez. They all have 13 for CRC right now. Lexi LaPerry with 7 of her own. Will defer to Grace Oakley and work off the ball. Tanaya Lindsay hands it off. Sharifi, a deep 3. A little strong. And another opportunity now running full downhill from Hale. And the downhill basket. First player past 13 now is Hale with 15. And a timeout taken by the Vikings here as they drop behind 21 now. 60-39 is our score at the 5:15 mark. And the Vikings are still looking to see how De La Cruz is as they drop into the 20-point region here on DVC Vikings. 20-point advantage, or 21-point advantage, I should say, for the Hawks here, 60-39. It's been a half dominated here. It was an 11-point game at the half and a +10 margin now for CRC in this early going. De La Cruz still in the scorer's table, and the Vikings going to have to work without her as Tanaya Lindsay has the ball from the top of the key. Tanaya Lindsay back over to Grace Oakley. Oakley has an opportunity to go down the lane, but she's blocked by Rhoda McKissick, who comes back into the game for the Hawks. 5 on the floor for the Vikes will be Grace Oakley, Tanaya Lindsay, Sharifi alongside LaPerry, and Sky Parker checking back in on the other side. It's McKissick alongside Campbell with Gonzalez, and trying to get an eye on the last two. And the last two will be Hale and Tanaya Lindsay fouled underneath the basket. And the last two will be Hale and Whalen. So Tanaya Lindsay, a little jolt of offense for the Vikings here. She goes to the free throw line.
If there's one thing you can guarantee on for a DVC Vikings game is that they're going to have really good execution on their out-of-bounds play. And it's right there. Tanaya Lindsay was able to get to the block off the screen and seal her woman and able to draw the foul.
Lindsay misses the first of the 2 attempts there in her little unorthodox free throw motion. It's almost like she takes a jumper from the free throw line. Second free throw wide right as well. Unable to convert on both of them, and the Vikings just have not shot well from the line. On 10 attempts, they've made 3, 30% from the line in this early going. Part of the reason why they're in this hole at this current moment, but I mean, you can't give up at any point. You just got to keep fighting through it, and that's exactly what the Vikings are going to do as they set up in their 2-3 zone. Rhoda McKissick over to Gonzalez. Now Ford Small checks into the game. We'll pass it to Whalen. And Whalen, the extra bounce pass read well by Oakley, gets the steal. Oakley behind the back with the dribble. Nice handles as she gets it past Ford Small. LaPerry running the set now between the circles with 20 seconds left on the shot clock. De La Cruz running along the sideline. Sky Parker called for a travel as she dribbled inside the lane. 2 hands on the ball. It looks like she shifted her pivot foot.
For the blue and orange, it's 44. Charisma Morningside.
So Malia Campbell will come out, and in comes Morning Briggs once more. Forward Small down the middle of the floor, stopping between the circles, and she'll drive down the right side to get it started. Over to Whalen. Bounces to Gonzalez. Gonzalez will take a 3, and Gonzalez left alone makes you pay. 16 points now for the best 3-point shooter for the Hawks. Tanaya Lindsay, flat-footed shot, and Whalen corrals it in. Another attack straight to the basket, and Ashley Gonzalez has 18. Whalen set her up there. Just too many blow-bys by the Vikings there as they just haven't played very good defense here in the second half. Sharifi has it in the corner. She'll spot up a 3-point shot. Side of the iron, brought in by Rhoda McKissick. 65-39 the score here at the 3:30 mark. Right elbow jumper, bottoms the net. First player in the 20-point situation here for Ashley Gonzalez. Had 12 points in the last game. Averages 14.7 points per game. She's got 20 in the first 27 minutes of play here. Parker from the block. Parker shifts the defender off of her, but leaves it short. Morning Briggs with the board. Lob ahead over to Whalen. Whalen cuts inside, but leaves it short once more on the other side. Tanaya Lindsay showing off her handles, able to bring it back across the court. Tanaya Lindsay going straight to the hole, and Tanaya Lindsay fouled on the attempt. And they'll call this one against Rhoda McKissick, who picks up her second. De La Cruz to the scorer's table now. That's good to see that it's not too much of an injury there. And Sky Parker checks out for Skylar Henrich, who knocked down a couple of 3-point shots in the early going. It's an 18-point lead for CRC here. Vikings a huge uphill battle here in the second half that they put themselves into. Tanaya Lindsay shooting a 3rd attempt of the night from the free throw line. And that one rattles out 0 for 3.
Interesting to know, I don't think the Vikings have scored a point in the last 5 minutes. So maybe getting to the free throw line like they have the last couple possessions is a good way to kind of start and reverse that trend.
Second free throw, still no go. Unfortunately, 0 for 4 for Tanaya Lindsay. And yeah, I think you got to get people like LaPerry who are really good free throw shooters to be able to knock those down. Maybe even Grace Oakley. A nice shimmy inside. Well, goes wide right. It looked like she was a little unaware that she was open with McKissick. And now Grace Oakley, the one-handed flip shot. And Oakley's now got 7 points, and that's a good way to get it started there. I mean, the game is not out of reach here. It feels like it is, but I mean, cut it down to maybe the 12-point range and see what you can do and push in the second half. But I mean, we've seen crazier things than a 25-point lead in the last 12 minutes go by. You got to start playing defense here. And a nice stop as Morning Briggs misses the basket. Sharifi a stutter step alongside the baseline as she crosses the timeline. Vikings starting to get loud on defense, or on their offensive set here. Sharifi pestered. Sharifi with the scoop. Left it short, but another opportunity to go to the free throw line to shoot too. Tamana Sharifi hasn't shot too many free throws this year. A 67% free throw shooter on the year though. But yeah, we were talking about this. This is the best type of situation to be in. You go to the free throw line, you stop the clock, you start just cutting into the lead ever so slightly every time you get to the line.
Yeah, interesting to see too that CRC isn't necessarily coming off their pressure as the lead grows. They want to continue keeping that pressure, but you could also use that against them and maybe force them into some overcommitted fouls and just some mess ups on rotations, and then it allows DVC to get good looks on offense.
First free throw in for Tamana Sharifi as De La Cruz checks in the game. That's a great sign for the Vikings. And Sharifi goes up for a second attempt. Both of them drop for Tamana. She's got 7 points now, and yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there. Use their aggression against them, but I mean, it all starts if you can get a stop here. It was very easy buckets going straight to the hole for CRC in the early going. The Vikings have turned off the faucet ever so slightly in this latter segment. Off the mark, it was a wide right three-point shot, and a save on the baseline by Ford Small gives another opportunity to CRC. Hale down the lane, loses the handle, gets it back though, and with 2 seconds left, Sharifi able to clean up the board. Skylar Henrich loses the ball, sits on top of it now, and it'll be a jump ball. Possession arrow should favor the Vikings. It will. Yeah, so in the first half, CRC was really dominating the offensive boards, and I mean, to their credit, to the Vikings' credit, I should say, they've really kind of allowed not so many second chance opportunities here in the second half. I mean, obviously the score dictates other things, and they were making some of those shots they were missing in the first half. We got a timeout on the floor, and we'll keep it here. But yeah, I mean, one thing you're doing a little bit better, and then you're obviously letting up opportunities on the other side. It's just like, what do the Vikings really need to do here? What do they need to change up to start cutting in this lead and give themselves a shot in this one?
Well, I would say maybe stopping the layup lines that are happening. There was probably a good 5-minute stretch there for CRC where it just seemed like everything was so easy and they didn't really have to work hard to get any basket. Where on the other end, DVC, it looked like it was like they were grueling offensively. It was so difficult to even get a decent shot. So really kind of just on both ends, getting smarter looks and then being able to defend the paint.
Yeah, defending the paint is the key, and then just running your offensive set. It looks like the Vikings have just been running just out of their offense since De La Cruz got a little shaken up, and De La Cruz with a nifty little play there. I think she threw it off of Gonzalez to inbounds the pass. And De La Cruz, you can feel the pressure coming on her as she serves it up, and a deep 2-point shot from the left wing now as Tamana Sharifi is really starting to feed. 9 points for her now.
Really good drive and kick there from De La Cruz, able to touch the paint. Sharifi came open as she slid down to the corner.
Now it's a 22-point game. Vikings trying to cut it under 20 here in the latter moments of this third quarter. It's been a quarter dominated by CRC. Morning Briggs uses her size to get past Skylar Henrich, and that's her first basket. 2 points for her. Tamana calling for the ball. Backing her way inside, has 3 defenders on her, heaves up the right-handed shot. No go. One of those situations where you kind of wish she might have kicked it out to one of the open players as she drew 3 different players. And the Hawks will be content to use the last basket here. 69-45 the score. Ashley Gonzalez, who has dominated here in the second half. Nearly loses the handle with 4 seconds remaining. Gets the ball back. Pocket is picked. Back over to Hale, and Hale unable to get a shot off in time. Slams her hands on the floor as Ashley Gonzalez is frustrated. And the Vikings need to play a perfect fourth quarter if they want any chance to come back into this one. 69-45 here on DVC Vikings.
Number 20, Malia Campbell.
So on the floor in the final 10 minutes of play, it's De La Cruz with Lexi LaPerry, Skylar Hendricks, Sky Parker, and Tamana Sharifi on the other side. It'll be Hale with Ford Small, Rode McKissick. Ashley Gonzalez comes back into the game with Mylia Campbell. Lord McKissick taking a strong step inside, and the Vikings will start the fourth quarter with a reach-in foul.
DVC team foul number 1.
First foul as Saray White will come back into the game to replace Gonzalez. And Izzy De La Cruz now picks up her fourth foul. De La Cruz came off to a nice start, was moving the ball well. Has 4 points in the early going, but has been held off the board here in the second half, obviously missing a good chunk after turning the ankle. Now offensive foul called on the other side. Throwing her body on the line here to try to come back in this one is Sharifi as she draws the charge. Second foul against Mylia Campbell. De La Cruz sprints down the floor, peering through the mask. We'll get a screen from Sky Parker, and we'll drive around the baseline. They left LaPerry wide open, but a wild pass forces her to retreat. 17 seconds left. Lexi LaPerry to the block. Too much sauce. Threw it way over the top. And it was cleaned up by Rode McKissick. Ford Small to the right elbow now for Campbell. And now it's White. White with the 15-foot jumper. Long shot brought in by Sharifi. The last quarter was a 24-9 quarter for CRC. I mean, just pure dominance there, and a nice cut to the hole for Skylar Hendricks. Missed the shot, but gets to the free throw line to shoot two.
When Hendricks is able to get to her left hand and make a strong move to the basket, her first step is catches a lot of defenders by surprise, and a lot of the time it ends up in a foul.
And the first free throw is good for her. Vikings getting a couple free throws to drop in this last little segment here. Stop the clock, get it going. But, I mean, just with the nature of women's basketball, it's really difficult in the situation here. Both the free throws are good for Hendricks. But, yeah, it's just 10-minute quarters with 30-second shot clocks. I mean, Vikings might need to start putting on a full court pressure. We've seen them run the press very well this year, and I know you're short-staffed. I know you're short-handed, but something big has got to change here in the last 9 minutes of play. Michaela Hale to the corner. It's Rode McKissick, and that's something that the Vikings cannot afford. You leave a 19% three-point shooter out there, and that's just the way this game has gone tonight. CRC knocks on the three ball. Sharifi to LaPerry, 20 seconds left. Henrich, driving kick, out to the corner. Sharifi, no go. Skylar Henrich unable to clean it up completely, but she's able to get her ball back and knock it back to Sky Parker. Another opportunity now, and using the glass around and out. Tamana, good activity there, but just unable to convert. 72-47. Michaela Hale. And another offensive foul as it looks like an illegal screen by Mylia Campbell. Mylia Campbell picks up her third. You can hear over on our floor mic, head coach Samuel Kirby saying, hey, take your time, set the screen properly, you don't have to rush it. I think in this situation, you have a lot of opportunities to have teaching moments for CRC. Just a tremendous year for the Hawks so far, 17-1 on the year. Ball's deflected on the entry pass over to Sky Parker and a turnover by Henrich. White going into the paint, elevates off the mark. Sharifi over to De La Cruz, and De La Cruz will dribble through traffic. Lobbing ahead off the glass for LaPerry, and LaPerry unable to go. Offensive rebound by Parker, and Parker gets the putback there. Parker, the first Viking in double digits after about 33 minutes of play here. LaKayla Hill, the crossover, driving through the trees, and a kick out over to White. White from 17 feet out. A nice block by Parker there, coming out and playing the defense on the forward for CRC. And a turnover on the Vikings, just some sloppy play between LaPerry and Henrich here. And it's White double clutching, and White flying through the sky, gets the basket. 17 points for, pardon me, it's 15 points for Saray White. And a time on the floor, it's a 30-second. We'll take it as well here on DVC Vikings. (74-49) score here with the Vikings trailing. 7:05 remaining. 3 fouls on CRC in this early going. 1 foul against the Vikings. De La Cruz with the ball. Once again, happy to see her back in the game after rolling her ankle in the third. Sky Parker from the left elbow. The 15-footer is missed, but Sharifi with another O-board here in the fourth quarter. Henrich steps into a three-point shot, hit the front of the iron. That's just how the ball has been going the last, I guess you could say, 2.5 quarters of play. And a travel on the other side there as Rode McKissick took too many steps trying to cut inside. LaPerry to De La Cruz, and the Vikings just need to get one clean play off and start building some momentum here. LaPerry to Sharifi, and Sharifi has been the star for the Vikings here in the second half. Henrich left alone. Outside shot, did well just to even hit the iron. Another offensive board, setting up Sky Parker. I mean, Tamana's been tremendous here. Sky Parker's got 13 for the Vikings here, but man, it's been all out heart and effort for Tamana Sharifi here in the second half. I mean, just give her roses, give her flowers. Hale to White, starter still in the game, or some of the starters still in the game for CRC in this late little segment, and a turnover here by Ford Small as the Vikings turn the ball over. Sharifi pokes the ball away, last touched off of Ford Small. And the Vikings with some sloppy play here get bailed out by another effort play by Tamana.
Seems like every single time the Vikings make a great play on defense, it's offset with some silly little pass or turnover or little mistake on offense. So it's really tough to gain any momentum when you have those type of plays occurring right after each other.
Yeah, 1 step forward, 2 steps back. And a drive inside will result in a foul. That'll be the 4th on CRC. And De La Cruz will draw it against, I believe this will go against, it's put up a 1, but it'll be a 10 instead, as it's Saray White picking up her first. Sky Parker pops up a 15-footer, and Sky's the leading scorer for the Vikings, still at 15 points. As the Vikings cut it down to 21 at the 5:33 mark. Another assist for Izzy De La Cruz. LaKayla Hill, the crossover. LaPerry fights through the screen and stays in front of her. A right wing 3-point shot. Ford Small, no go. Just coming in and stealing that ball down was Rode McKissick as she goes up for her second basket of the night. 5 points now. Vikings cherry pick over to Grace Oakley. Answer quickly there. Only about 3 seconds ran off the clock between the last basket and the Oakley basket. 5 minutes remaining here in this 21-point game for CRC. White, the crossover. White showing the handles, kicks it out to the left wing. Rode McKissick going back closer to her actual shooting numbers as she misses the rim completely there. And a nifty handle with the crossover for LaPerry, cleaned up by Parker. And Sky Parker is getting energy taken by a Sharifi there. And Ashley Gonzalez will come back into the game, replacing White. Yeah, I mean, the Vikings really did a good job getting back in this one with Tamana Sharifi as she really just put her heart on her sleeve and fought through it. And, I mean, a little bit being rubbed off there by Sky Parker getting the O board and the putback. 19-point game. Ashley Gonzalez comes back in, immediately starts shooting, but it curls out, exits right. Another board for Sky Parker. Woman-to-woman defense for CRC as they've taken off the press. The ball's lifted up in the air. Sharifi fighting for it, but it's Gonzalez coming away from the pack with it. Running ahead, Ford Small. And Ford Small, I mean, she's a smaller player at only 5'3". The way she went up, it looked like she wanted to get a dunk and then left it up, able to make the layup at the end of the play. That's her first basket here in the final 4 minutes of play. Tamana Sharifi fouled on the contact. Too much body by Rode McKissick. She'll pick up her third, and that's the 5th foul, so the Vikings will be in the bonus now. Tamana Sharifi started the scoring for the Vikings here in the fourth quarter with 2 free throws, and she'll have an opportunity to go to the line to try to pin on 2 more. Saray White back into the game for CRC.
One thing I've noticed, whenever DVC has a great possession on offense, they usually have 2 feet into paint. So whether that be with the ball or some off-ball movement, they're usually getting somebody to step in and draw in the defense, and they're either able to get a good look inside the paint or be able to kick it out.
Yeah, we were talking about this before, but you know what you call that? Gravity.
Exactly.
You have everybody drawing in, then the draw and kick. And Sharifi's been perfect on the night for the Vikings. 4 for 4 from the free throw line, and she's in double digits now. Those 2 free throws with 11 points. A 19-point game, under 4 minutes to play here. LaKayla Hill, been the primary ball handler for CRC throughout the majority of this one. She'll get the ball back from the right wing. Grace Oakley on the defense here. Oakley forcing her to the baseline, able to drop it off over to Gonzalez before she stepped out of bounds. And now Gonzalez sets up Rode McKissick. Another air ball for Rode McKissick. Knocked down her first 3-pointer in the corner. That's the shoulder spot on the floor for a 3 ball, but since then hasn't really found much success. I don't know the exact dimensions on the floor as a tough contested shot for Sky Parker is missed. Saray White pirouetting, getting the ball across the court. She falls to the ground, getting a basket. But going back to my point, I know it's 22 feet from the arch from the perimeter. It might be 22 feet in the junior college level from the corners as well. LaPerry sets up Sky Parker from the left elbow, but unable to get the shot to drop there. Under 3 minutes to play here in this 80-59 game. Yeah, Ryan, do you know the exact dimensions by any chance on an NCAA court?
I know it's definitely shorter than an NBA court.
Oh, absolutely.
I think it's probably by about 2 or 3 inches, possibly.
One side, it's Ashley Gonzalez getting a basket. On the other side, it's Grace Oakley knocking down the 3. So it's a 20-point game here. Yeah, I know it's 22 feet out from the wings, but I'm not exactly sure on the corners. I think it still is the same distance with 22 feet, if I'm not mistaken. That's the difference between the NBA line and that one. And air ball 3-point shot. Sharifi gets the board. Grace Oakley running the floor. Grace Oakley from the right side of the paint. And Grace Oakley back-to-back baskets. Oakley now with 14 points. The Vikings beat down here, but, I mean, they're still fighting all the way through. You got to respect it. 82-64, under 2 minutes to play here. Vikings still with the heart on the sleeve. Behind the back with the fancy dribbling here. That's Gonzalez over to Campbell, and Campbell, too many spin moves inside, will turn the ball over. I mean, honestly, not a bad fourth quarter for the Vikings here, but I mean, it's just a little too late.
Yeah, they dug themselves a really big hole, but you could always take out of something from this going into the next game, you know, shoring up your offensive sets, making sure you're right defensively, and it looks like the Vikings are trying to do that and are doing it.
Yeah, a lot of the offense has come off some sets, and I mean, that's all you can really ask for. They were out of sync in the early going, but it seems like they went back to the bread and butter in this late segment. Henrich gets bumped. The basket, I think it's going to count. No, foul on the floor against Ashley Gonzalez, and he'll send Henrich to the free throw line. Oakley in for LaPerry. So it's it's Oakley, De La Cruz with Sky Parker, Henrich, and Tanai Lindsay on the floor.
Basket foul is on 23, Ashley Gonzalez, her second.
Gonzalez is second, and it's a shooting foul regardless if she got the shot tipped off or not, because Vikings are in the bonus. Hit every single part of the rim before going out. 2 for 3 for Skylar Henrich from the line now. She's got 8 points leading into the second free throw attempt. Second free throw's up. She left both of them short this time. Still stuck at 8. Final 1:10 to play. And Michaela Whalen will be shadowed by Grace Oakley. Alone in the corner for a moment was Gonzalez, as Gonzalez got some people to move alongside with her, trying to get over to big inside. And the 6-foot freshman out of Sacramento will turn it over in Mylea Campbell. De La Cruz to handle with under a minute to play. Oakley defers to Parker. Parker to the right wing. And now De La Cruz. Pop it inside. Henrich, the extra pass. And another foul there as Sky Parker will go to the free throw line once more. Already 6 attempts on the night. Continuing to fight to the very end. Second foul against Ray White. But yeah, I mean, you're running some nice sets. I mean, you're trying to understand the strengths and the weaknesses of this lineup, especially when you have somebody like Tegan Gaines out that's responsible for so many points for the Vikings as the first free throw is off for Sky Parker. And the second free throw off the heel of the iron and goes 0 for 2 once more. 2 for 8, unfortunately, on the night for Parker here on her 20th birthday. And it's about a 10-second shot clock, game clock difference here. And it looks like Hale will hold to the final 10 seconds to run the final play for the Hawks here. Hale just dribbling this one out, and I mean, a class act play there. You don't need to get a shot off. You'll just take the turnover. All respect there for CRC, realizing the situation. The Vikings will likely dribble it out after an inbounds pass as well. Respect to Samuel Kirby and his staff there. Vikings will set up one more offensive play with no time left on the clock. It'll be a left elbow extended jumper from Grace Oakley. Oakley now with 16 points, one shy of her career high against Sacramento City College. And that will be the final points to send us here to the final, 82-62. Hawks go to 18-1. I mean, a tremendous year for the CRC Hawks, and the Vikings have dropped their last 2 games now, dropping to 12-6 on the year and 2-4 in Big A play. And Ryan, what can the Vikings really take away here from the second half?
I would say they did a poor job in the third quarter of trying to adjust coming out of the halftime break. They didn't come out with the same intensity that they did start and continue throughout the fourth quarter. So it's really just, you know, getting right away coming out of the half, and honestly coming out of the game. They really just need to gain momentum and continue what they did in the fourth quarter onto the next game.
Yeah, and that's all you can really ask for. So the final quarter ended up being a 17-13 advantage for the Vikings there, but obviously way too far in a hole in the early going. And the final, a 20-point victory for the Hawks of CRC, advancing a set 18-1 on the year, 6-0 in Big A play, really securing first place there in Big A play. As I mean, the nearest team is San Joaquin Delta coming to the night with 3-1 as their record. So the Hawks, after a little bit of a slow year last year, going 9-19. I mean, they got the real deal there with Samuel Kirby. All respects to them. The Vikings will play next time against Sierra College on the 19th. So 3 days to really scheme up some offense and get things going in the right direction here. It looks like Tegan Gaines will likely be out again in the next game for the Vikings. So, I mean, you know what you played a full game with the lineup that you got in hand. I'm interested to see what De La Cruz's ankle will look like in the next coming days. A lot of times that adrenaline will allow you to keep fighting through the initial sprain, but we'll see. There's some stuff to grow on in the fourth quarter at least, and so it's not all going to waste. Vikings still have a long season in front of them, as they've got, I believe it's 8 more opportunities to show off what they've got and try to set themselves up in the standings for the playoffs later on this season. So until then, we'll send it to our break here, as we've got the second half of the doubleheader coming your way in about 26 minutes here on DVC Vikings Live. Once again, the final 82-62 Vikings drop the first match in this double.
swinging away and socks this to deep left field. That is gone! Bryson Harper.
Where the pulls for the ball. It's a chest high snap. He looks down the middle of the field. He's going to throw the run. Has it in the middle. Intercepted. Intercepted, taking it down the far sideline. He steps out of bounds right at the line of scrimmage. And that's how you cap the game up. Jabril White called game on his third interception of the evening.
Sierra Smith quickly worked around, feeding the hot hand. Jasmine got it! 3 threes for number 23.
He finds Edwards. Edwards needs to get the shot up. Pulls up a deep three. Able to knock it down.
The counterattack. Here comes Carla Ramos forward looking for Noelle Lemus. She's gotten by the last defender. Valentine comes down. Noelle drills the keeper. Lemus. And that is a DVC victory. And the Vikings are champions of California.
We are back here for the second half of action on DVC Vikings Live. Vikings didn't quite get the result that they wanted in the first half of the doubleheader, but they'll come back. And we've got the CRC Hawks coming in at 11-7 on the men's side. Interesting thing to note, 8-1 at home, 1-6 on the road. This is a team that doesn't really play very well on the road, but they are the reigning Big 8 champions, and they are currently in sole possession of third place in the Big 8 right now. And so the Hawks, like I said before, 11-7 on the year, 4-2, led by Jonathan James as their head coach. And in the last game against Sacramento City College, it was really tight in the opening set. 35 Sacramento City College, 34 CRC. And then, I mean, this was one that went all the way down to the wire. CRC and the leader in the Big 8 in Sacramento City College tied up after 2 halves of play, and then in overtime, Sacramento City College got the ball to drop a little bit more. 14-7 was the final on that one. And so, I mean, for CRC, they're built very similar to the way that they were last year, where they have some bigger guards on the outside, and they just have a ton of energy players coming in, fighting extremely hard to get extra possessions and offensive rebounds. And as we get a teaser into one of the starters now, Antonio Teixeira, number 21, only played 3 games this year, and he'll be making his first start in Big 8 play as he comes back from likely an injury. He's one of those guys that were really a pest on offense. I mean, if I'm not mistaken off the top of my head, he had 8 offensive rebounds in that first game over at CRC, and he was one of the key players that really secured a victory for the Hawks in the game last year. And the Vikings are really just going to have to play very well with their bigs inside. That's just a matter of fact of how it goes. The Vikings are going to be a little short on bigs tonight as Cole Webster re-aggravated that knee injury, so he'll be out. Another taller player that's one of the forwards for the Vikings, and Marshawn Smith will be out again tonight. So, I mean, it's going to be guys inside like Elijah Keys and Michael Wood that really get it going for the Vikes. On the other side, led by fourth-year head coach Irv Anderson, 7-10 on the year, 3-2 in Big 8 play. The Vikings really lost a tough one against San Joaquin Delta last time around, and it was a tale of 2 halves. The Vikings had a 12-point advantage after a pretty close first half of play, and in the second quarter, I mean, the Vikings ballooned the lead up to 17 points before the eventual slow paper cut, cutting the Vikings down. And I mean, it's just really tough. The Vikings saw the lead drip away ever so slightly. They had a 1-point advantage, and that seemed to cling on to it into the final minutes of play, where San Joaquin Delta took the lead, and the Vikings eventually resulted in a tied-up game. So both of the teams coming off of overtime leads where they lost in those games. 15-6 was the final in that overtime period, to result in an 85-76 final with the Delta Mustangs leading the Vikings. And really, the Vikings just need to play better inside defense. That's how it was. The Vikings really struggled in the second half defending. Really just the driving penetration, the point guard getting inside, dropping off to the bigs, and really setting up the offense. So that's what the Vikings, I'm sure, have been working with, because they'll see something pretty similar today as we get the starters on the floor. So at one guard, the 5'10", 155 sophomore from Elk Grove, Carlos Cepeda, averaged 6 points and 4 rebounds in the last matchup against the Vikings. At another guard, it'll be number 5, Isaiah Griffin, the 5'11", 175 sophomore from Sacramento. He was one of those guys that didn't really have that big of a game against the Vikings last year. Only 4 points, and I mean, he's a guy that can contribute from the outside on the inside a little bit, averaging 10 points per game in Big 8 play. At a wing, it'll be Luka Davis, the 182 freshman from Sacramento. He's one of the leading scorers of this team at 14 points per game, averaging a double-double, 14.2 and 10.4 rebounds per game. I mean, really nice player there for the Hawks, and he's been one of the key points of really why they've been doing so well this year. He's the second leading scorer of the team. Antonio Teixeira, number 21, the 6'7", 215 sophomore from West Sacramento, California. Hasn't really had much success this year because he hadn't played this much, but Teixeira is one of those guys you got to watch out for on the offensive side of the glass. And last but not least, the big man inside, 6'9", 285 sophomore from Antelope, California. It's number 33, Montel Shelton. Really gave some quality minutes despite the fact that he didn't really score much in the last matchup that the Vikings played. He came off the bench and was a nice reserve for them. On the other side, it'll be number 2, Kai Curry, getting another start for the Vikings, the 5'10", 170 freshman from American Canyon. He's been just a great ball handler for the Vikings. His speed has been the advantage, and the Vikings have used that quite well. At another guard, it's the shooting guard, Lorenzo Pardo, the 5'10", 170 sophomore from Heritage, one of the best outside shooters. I mean, brings a lot of gravity with him. You want to see him possibly get inside a little bit, but just use his ball faking and pump faking to open up some space. At the last guard spot, it'll be number 11, Ben Tejas, the 6'2", 185 sophomore, coming off a 15-point performance against Delta, averaging 18.7 points per game. I mean, he is second in the 3C2A in terms of three-point shots, 21 in terms of points per game. I mean, he's just been an absolute monster for the Vikings and one of the key cogs that makes his offense work. At another forward, it'll be Elijah Keys, the 6'4", 225 sophomore, great activity player inside for the Vikings this year. I mean, he's been massive and got into foul trouble and really got stuck in some certain situations last game, so like to see him come back for a bounce-back game. And last but not least, the 6'6", 205 freshman, the stretch 5, and Michael Wood will take the middle of the floor as we get ready for tip-off here. Tip is won by Montel Shelton. Working left to right are the Hawks in their orange jerseys, orange bottoms with the blue numerals. Vikings on the other side wearing their gray tops, gray bottoms with the green numerals. And we got it started here at the Palladium. Zepeda firing away a three-point shot. And an offensive rebound opportunity tipped off the fingertips of Antonio Teixeira, and the Vikings will get a stop in their first possession here on DVC Vikings Live.
Really good hedge there by Michael Wood, and he was really able to contest the shot there.
Yeah, Michael Wood has been so good from the perimeter on defense and offense, and this ladder going. Lorenzo Pardo has the ball over to Tejas now from the left wing. Tight man-to-man defense as Luka Davis had the coverage on him. Kai Curry working between the circles, right-handed with this dribble. A handoff over to Pardo, a deep three-point shot. And the NBA range 3 is a long rebound, corralled in by Luka Davis. Cutting inside was Isaiah Griffin, and Griffin was blocked at the top. Nice inside play, but the Vikings getting back on defense there. The result in a sideline inbounds here for Zepeda. Zepeda scans the floor, finds Luka Davis in the corner. Gets the ball back. Luka Davis dribbling around the top of the key. 19 minutes remaining here as Teixeira gets the ball, cutting straight to the hole. High hook shot, and it was way over the net. Curry got the rebound, and he pushed it down the floor. Step back jumper, and the 15-footer from the left wing, no go for Ben Tejas. Still a scoreless game throughout the first minute and 15 seconds of play. Luka Davis returns it over to Teixeira, doesn't take the three, and now pushing to the corner for Griffin. Jab step, loses his dribble as Luka Davis resets it for him, trying to feed the big man inside, and Shelton and Michael Wood gets the steal. Read it perfectly, just use the speed advantage he has over the bigger player inside. Pardo shovels it over to Kai Curry, and our right-handed dribble for Curry. Between the legs, cutting down the lane. Curry from the low block right. It looked like he might have twisted up his ankle at the end of the play. Vikings are very deep at the guard positions. That's a fortunate note, but I mean, you don't want to see anybody go down. Coach Tion Connor reaching out to Curry saying, "Are you okay?" And yes, it seems like he'll just walk this one off. Has no ankle support on his shoes, something to note, in those lime green Nikes. And the first opportunity for points will come from the free throw line now for Kai Curry, only 44% free throw shooter. Elevates, tippy toes, short. 0 for 1 from the line now is Curry as he continues to shake off that left ankle. At the 18-15 mark, Curry will line up for the second. Extension of the Cavs. Short once more. Ball still alive. Gets his own rebound. Sets up Tejas. Rattles out from the left wing. Shelton with the board. Lobbed ahead over to Shero. And Ben Tejas will pick up his first foul as he flew in, trying to get the ball in a jump ball situation like you would see with the ball in football. And instead, it'll be the first foul called against the Vikings. So 1 foul on the Hawks, 1 foul on the Vikings in this early going. Inbounds pass, and now Davis has it. Over to the corner to Zepeda. Cross course to the left wing. Griffin for 3. No go. Tipped up. Kai Curry, man. Short in height, but he can fly. Curry gets the ball. He'll dribble from the right wing before bouncing it back with 20 seconds left on the shot clock. Curry showing up the handles. Gets inside the lane. Dribbles past the big man. Sets up Keys. Keys from point blank range. Unable to go. Montel Shelton caught off his spot. A nice setup, but not quite a finish there. Good defense by Tejas, sticking with the diving defender and Griffin, and the Vikings get the rebound after the missed shot. Tejas from the left elbow will spin around the baseline. Still scoreless throughout the first 2 minutes, 45 seconds, and the Vikings will fire away another triple, and it's a wedgie now. Ben Tejas off the mark for the 3rd time, as Montel Shelton will get the wedgie out of a little bit of a crack here, and ball will go over to CRC.
Both teams playing really good defense right now. They're able to contest shots, really good help defense. You see every single time both teams touch the paint, there's always a defender sliding over to get in front of and contest the shot.
Yeah, great defense in this early going here, as it'll be Pardo over to Tejas, and the Vikings will actually get the ball after the wedgie situation. Lorenzo Pardo unable to find the mark. And so both teams open them scoreless throughout the first 3 minutes of play. Luka Davis working against Ben Tejas, defers over to Griffin. Griffin doesn't take the 3. Instead, they try to go inside and a kick ball. Ball will stay with CRC. 20 seconds on the shot clock. And now they'll send Luka Davis over to the baseline, inbound it. 20 seconds left on the shot clock. Eyeing down the floor, needs to get the ball, able to do so at the last possible moment over to Carlos Zepeda. And now Isaiah Griffin gets the set from his head coach, Jonathan James. And he'll try to work off a screen, cuts right to the hole. A nice block, but too much body contact for Michael Wood. And now an opportunity to go to the line for the Hawks to get the first points as Michael Wood picks up his first. It'll send Isaiah Griffin, the 5'11", 175 sophomore from Sacramento, to the free throw line. 65% free throw shooter, nothing but net on the first attempt. And the first points of the game come the way of Isaiah Griffin at the 16:38 mark. Great defense played, but the foul will set up Griffin to try to get a 2-point lead. Both the free throws up and in. 2 of 2 from the line, and the first lead of the game goes over to the Hawks, +1, +2. 16:31 remaining. Pardo with the ball in his hands. Compression short showing over his shorts now. Setting up Wood. Wood jumps inside. Wood settles for the 15-footer, and he's fouled on the shot attempt. So send Michael Wood to the free throw line to shoot 2. Curry missed the first 2 attempts. And now Michael Wood, who's only shooting about 53%, will have an opportunity for 2.
One of the things that have been able to open up DVC's offense over the last couple of games is Michael Wood's ability to look for his own shot, space the floor, and you see right there, able to kind of get into the lane, take a little step back, get fouled on the jumper.
First free throw and second free throw as we're tied up at 2. Nice looking free throw shots for Michael Wood. 16:18 remaining here. Vikings spring in a 3/4 court pressure. It's Isaiah Griffin able to break it past, and the first field goal of the game will come the way of Antonio Teixeira. 4-2 our score here. Both teams playing some strong defense. A nice cut to the hole for Teixeira will give a 2-point lead to the Hawks. Ben Tejas with the crossover. Elevates for the 3 ball instead, feeding inside to Keys, and Keys will draw the foul. Montel Shelton picks up his first, And Elijah Keys, been so good from the free throw line as of late. Will have an opportunity to show off that stroke once more.
Elijah Keys, twice.
Keys able to get the center on CRC on his back because Benitez was able to pump fake, draw the defense in, and it allowed him to get 2 free throws at the line.
First free throw hits the back of the iron and falls to the bottom of the net. First free throw good for Keys. Vikings trying to tie it up here. 4-3, second attempt from Keys. Yeah, Keys started the year a little rough from the free throw line, didn't have many opportunities. But since then, I mean, he's just been smooth as butter. 70% on the year after the rough start. Seems like Keys has been one of those go-to guys there. Cepeda crossing the timeline at the 22-second mark. High hook pass. He'll be thrown out of bounds in front of head coach Irv Anderson. An errant pass trying to get it over to Luka Davis, and a turnover by the Hawks. 4-4, 15:41 remaining.
You see DVC's pattern pressure there, able to force the turnover and make a tough pass for the CRC player.
And the Vikings still trying to set up their offense. All their points have come from the free throw line up to this point. Lorenzo Pardo, two-handed shovel to Benitez, and now Pardo gets the return. Pardo jab step. Good defense by Davis, staying in front of him, gets a screen by Keys. Feeding over to Kai Curry. Curry spinning around inside the paint. The 12-foot jumper, and the first basket for the Vikings comes the way of Curry. Curry possibly rolled up his ankle in the beginning of the game, but man, he's moving swiftly there. And a nice jumper will set him up for the first basket, and the first Vikings lead at 6-4. Carlos Cepeda back over to his big and Montel Shelton. And a timeout taken by CRC, if I'm not mistaken. Oh no, it's a foul. Third team foul on the Vikings, and that's 2 on Michael Wood pretty early on. Michael Wood will likely have to come and sit. And that's exactly what happened. So Benitez will check out. And in comes Benitez and Michael Wood will check out, and in comes Romeo Traylor alongside Vinny Hurtado. So 2 point guards effectively on the floor right now in Kai Curry and Vinny Hurtado. Expect a lot of good ball movement by the Vikings and pretty good defensive unit on the floor. Smaller lineup, however. Free low line jumper goes wide left. Keys goes up high, tries to get the rebound. Cleaned up by the big man inside and Shelton flat-footed will go up to make his 16th basket of the year. 15 for 21 coming in this game. Hurtado runs the set here, allowing Kai Curry to work off the ball. Traylor drops it off, right-handed hook shot, and Elijah Keys 4 points now as he gets his first field goal, 8-6. 14-15 remaining here as Isaiah Griffin brings it across the floor. Luka Davis looks at his head coach, calling the play, and they'll return it back over to Isaiah Griffin to run it. Looking for the screen, Vinny Hurtado doing well to stick with it. Cepeda springs open, misses the wide open three-point shot, tipped out of bounds, last touched by the Vikings here.
On the floor for the York, it's number 15, Cole Simon.
First substitution for the Hawks as Cole Simon comes in replacing Montel Shelton. So a little bit of a smaller player now as they go to a 3-guard lineup with Cole Simon coming in. Or pardon me, he's listed as a forward, but still a lot smaller than the 6'9", 285 of Montel Shelton. Cepeda scanning the floor. Cepeda, last second opportunity, throws the ball over as it would have been a turnover if he kept holding it. Vinny Hurtado with the steal. DJ Evans checks in for the first time for the Vikings. And Curry taps his head from the right wing to call the play. Looking for a screen from Keys. Drives into a double team. It leaves Traylor open. Traylor foot on the line. Wide right on the shot attempt. Ball goes in the hands of Davis. Back ahead over to Griffin, and Griffin from the right block now has 4 points. Tied up at 8 at the 13:30 mark. Hurtado has an opportunity, cuts the lane, back over to Curry. Curry feeding to Hurtado, and Hurtado working around the perimeter. Okay, we'll return it to the middle of the floor, and the Vikings will run their offense with 12 seconds remaining. Evans from the right wing, tapping his head, possibly looking for a screen. Instead, he has to go inside. A tough contested shot. Good defense rotation by Cole Simon, I should say. And we're still knotted up at 8. Teixeira dribbling with the smaller defender on him. And now it's Davis setting up Griffin, and Griffin misses the 15-footer. Keys with the board. Tejas and Mo Wilson to the scorers table for the Vikings here. And you can hear Irv Anderson over our floor mic saying, go, go, go. Hurtado working off the screen from Keys. Evans now surveys the floor. Inside feed to Keys from the block. Keys backing his way inside into a double team, throws it out straight away, doesn't take the three. Instead, the extra pass over to Curry. Curry sets up a 15-footer, but instead the ball was knocked out. Opportunity to drive ahead over to Griffin, and Griffin gets past the defender in Vinny Hurtado and gets the basket and the lead back for CRC. Isaiah Griffin with 6 points in this early going and a 2-point lead for the Hawks here at the 12-16 minute mark here on DVC Vikings. Remember the 10th annual poker tournament coming out here at the HSF building February 3rd. $40 to attend. That's all you can eat and drink. $75 to play, $20 to buy in. Go to eventbrite.com and search DVC Poker to join the fun. Back on the floor, and this has been a defensive battle in the early going. CRC with the 10-8 advantage over the Vikings. And it was a stalemate throughout the first line, about 5 minutes of play. And now Mo Wilson and company will come and try to pin on some more points. Ben Tejas taking back into the game. The spin cycle goes up the right-handed hook shot. Offensive rebound over to Keys. Keys lowers his shoulder from the block. Another missed shot, and Teixeira finally able to clean it up for the Hawks.
Tough looks right there. Keys has been really active all night on both sides on the boards.
It'll be Keys, Mo Wilson, Vinny Hurtado, Ben Tejas, and DJ Evans as the players on the floor for the Vikings. We'll get to CRC in just a moment as they spring Zepeda free. Stepping into a deep two-point shot. Instead of taking it was Griffin. Passing over to Davis, and Davis with a heavily contested shot. Able to get his first basket there. Vinny Hurtado played the defense, but just better offense in that situation. Losing the ball for a moment, falling to his rear end. Feeding Mo Wilson an opportunity to go to the free throw line. Ben Tejas sets up a very difficult shot. I guess the shot wasn't very difficult. It was the setup that was difficult. A nice assist for Ben Tejas. And Mo Wilson's first basket comes here at the 11:26 mark, and an opportunity to pin one more on the old school way. Well, we have an opportunity. It's Teixeira Zepeda as the free throw goes in for Mo Wilson. He's got 3 points now. But like I was saying before, it's Luka Davis joined by Teixeira with Isaiah Griffin, Zepeda, with Simon, and a travel inside for Antonio Teixeira as we'll get another substitution. Isaiah Pullen will replace DJ Evans, so getting some more playing time here in Big 8 play. And Elijah Gilliard, one of the top scorers here for CRC, will check in for the first time at the 11-11 mark. Gilliard averaging 17.2 points per game coming off the bench. Mo Wilson dribbling around the top of the key. Over to Hurtado, who finds the baseline. Out to the corner. It's Pullen checking in, pulling up a three-point shot, but it was short. Pullen's been a good outside shooter in his small stints here this year. And Isaiah Griffin cutting straight to the hole. He goes down the right side of Broadway. And now Isaiah Griffin has 8. Shot clock did not reset here, so it's 14-11 still. A 3-point lead for the Hawks here at the 10:39 mark. Side out for Pullen from the hash. Bounce passes inside to Mo Wilson, and the Vikings will work between the circles now on the set. Irv Anderson in his teal t-shirt, or his teal dress shirt, I should say, calling the play. Nearly falls to the ground, keeps his footing, elevating, and a very nice handle to a nice jumper for Moselle Wilson. 14-13 at the 10:15 mark. 15-footer from the baseline, rattles in. Antonio Teixeira now has 4 points. 17-13. Pullen with the sleeve on his left leg. Between the legs with the dribble. Trying to drive past Teixeira, stops his dribble, needs some help, and Ben Tejas springs free to get the ball. Ben Tejas tapping his head. Seems like it's the Vikings' call for a screen, but instead a setup to the corner, and Pullen unable to get the basket to go. And nice two-looking shots as the defense rotated around with Tejas. And now an opportunity for three for Davis as Davis unable to get the deep ball to drop either. Gilliard with his first rebound. Tattoos on the left arm for Isaiah Griffin as he shovels over the left wing now for Davis. Davis lowers the shoulder. Man springs free 15 feet out. And that man is Cole Simon. Simon with a nice jumper from the baseline. Looking for a screen. Moselle Wilson calling Elijah Keys. The pick and roll, but unable to get a clean drop off over to Keys. 22-22. That's what you can see from the mouth of Moselle Wilson. Tejas setting up Keys. Keys flies through the lane, but just contested a little bit too much at the top. Davis with the ball. Pardo and Traylor to the scorer's table as Traylor trying to help his team by calling defense from the sideline. But the defense left Davis wide open. Vikings fortunate that Davis wasn't able to knock down the shot, but didn't clean up the board. Simon traced it down from 21 feet out. Isaiah Griffin taking a deep breath here. And he'll feed over to his big and Teixeira. And Teixeira settles with a deep two-point shot. And another O-board. Good activity here by Simon. Falling to the ground, and a foul will likely be called against Mo Wilson there as he didn't get his feet set. Fourth foul against the Vikings here. 4 on CRC, 4 on the Vikings. And Moselle Wilson will pick up his first. It will send Luka Davis to the free throw line, a 70% free throw shooter.
We've seen this before, how sometimes offensive rebounds leads to the defense being out of position while the offense is still trying to attack. Right there, Moselle Wilson was put in a tough position in order to try and defend, and Luka Davis took advantage and drew the foul going to the line.
Substitutions here for the Vikings as they nearly set up a line change. And that might actually be a full line change here. So Kai Curry, Lorenzo Pardo, DJ Evans, Romeo Traylor, and Ben Tejas on the floor here. And the Vikings are going to combat small ball with small ball here. Traylor last year was at least listed as 6'4", but checking out his lineup, just about pretty close to Lorenzo Pardo. He might be closer to 6 feet than that. Second free throw ready to go for Luka Davis. CRC has taken advantage of the last couple minutes of play here, 20-13. And I think they want to clean up some issues here because I think the scorebook was not correct. So with that, we'll take a time alongside with them here on DVC Vikings.
We're back here. Is it Luka Davis at the line for 2 free throws?
I got my cardio in there, ran around the court, and it seems like they fixed whatever score issue they were having. They called me over to get a second opinion. So Luka Davis will go to the free throw line to shoot his second opportunity here. Bottom of the net. And that's 4 points for Davis now, and it's a 21-13 game as the last couple minutes for CRC have been going their direction. Trailer gets the ball on the pass to the right wing. Now it's DJ Evans. Springs it free. Tejas from three. Tejas 0 for 4 from deep in this early going. That would have been a big basket. And Teixeira right amongst the trees. And Teixeira with a nice feed has 6 points now.
Yeah, really good pass from Griffin right there, able to catch the Vikings off guard in their transition defense.
Michael Wood with 2 fouls will come to the scorer's table to jump in just a moment. And it's a 10-point advantage for CRC that was built in the last 2.5 minutes. Springing free is Tejas. Tejas left alone, and Tejas from 14 feet out with the free throw line jumper will find the bottom of the net, 23-15.
We'll see if that shot from Ben Tejas kind of gets him going, seeing one shot being able to go in.
Isaiah Griffin, the nifty Euro inside. Usually when you see a Euro, it's side to side, but this time around it was a step 1 and a step forward. And a nice finish, bringing it back up to 10 points for Griffin. He's got 11 points of the 25 of CRC now. And the Vikings offense has really just struggled in this early going as Keys joins Michael Wood at the table now. The turnaround from the short right wing. Pardo fighting for the rebound, nearly got it free, but Griffin came away from the pack with it. Teixeira and DJ Evans trying to set up the charge, and I mean, I would like to see that as a no-call situation there. I mean, the defender got his feet set, and then the offensive player tried to avoid the situation there by stepping around him. Yeah. And now we'll clean up the sweat spot on the floor as DJ Evans hit the deck. It'll send Teixeira to the free throw line for the first time tonight. Only 1 for 5 coming into this game on the year. So we'll get some substitutions in just a moment as the first free throw is up and in. 7 points now for Teixeira. Elijah Keys and Michael Wood check in. Curry and Trailer will sit, so it's Pardo, Keys, Michael Wood, DJ Evans, and Ben Tejas. On the other side, Isaiah Griffin, William Gobel checking for the first time, and the second free throw is good for Teixeira. He's got 8 points now. So 27-15, we'll get you the players on the floor for the Hawks in just a moment, as Pardo has the ball at the hash. Pardo still scans. Over to Keys. Keys will drive down inside the lane, back to the basket. Bumped his way inside, but a travel called instead. And oh, Keys is going down. No, that's not good. He's holding his hammy. Hopefully it's just a cramp and not a pulled hammy, but that is just not what you want to see. And now he's holding his calf. I hope it's just cramping here, but that'll send us to a break here on DVC Vikings. Elijah Keys leaves the floor under his own power. That's good to see, and it looks like he'll take the bench. He won't go to the scorer's table, or pardon me, the trainer's table, I should say. So Keys has been a big factor in the offense for the Vikings this year. It'd be a big miss if they end up losing him. So they ended up checking out that knee, and the Vikings will send out DJ Evans instead. So lone big on the floor is Michael Wood for the Vikes. For CRC, it's Griffin Teixeira with Gobel, joined by Cole Simon and Elijah Gilliard, the second unit on the floor now. Gilliard, a quick attack to the hoop. And the quick hands of Vinny Hurtado forcing a ball go out of bounds. And now the Vikings trailing by 12 here in this 27-15 game. It's been a defensive effort on both sides, and the Vikings offense just really hasn't found a groove in the last, let's say, the last 6 minutes of play or so. Hurtado setting up Pardo, and Pardo dribbling between the legs as he backs his way up. Simon the defender. Vinny Hurtado short on the three-point shot. Teixeira fighting hard, collides heads with Michael Wood underneath the basket. It'll be Gobel passing to Griffin. Now to Gilliard to set it. On the overplay, Michael Wood leaves his man alone. And it was Teixeira who missed the shot. No look pass. It was Hurtado out to the corner. First three-point attempt for Michael Wood. Hit the front of the iron. I mean, not necessarily a spot there as he was trapped almost behind the backboard on the attempt. Isaiah Griffin sets up Gilliard, doesn't take the three, instead touches off the glass. Nice finish to the hoop for Elijah Gilliard. And just like that, CRC in the last 7 minutes of play or so have opened up a very nice lead in this latter part of the first half. 29-15 are a score, 14-point advantage for CRC on DVC Vikings. (29-15) at the 5:15-minute mark here, as the Vikings just looking for any sort of offense to come. I mean, in the beginning of the game, it was both teams getting good defensive stops, but really the Vikings offense has been so cold in this first half. Hurtado points, calls the defense. Over to Pardo now from the left wing. Pardo tries to dribble past Gilliard. Benteas hits the ground. He's slow to get up. And now a shot missed on the left elbow. Nice offensive rebound by DJ Evans. Jab step for Hurtado and a handoff over to Tejas. Resets a deep three. Finally, the first shot from beyond the arc to drop. I believe that's 1 for 5 now. And it took NBA range to clear enough space for Tejas to knock down the three. Back to a 9-point game now. Pardon me, it's an 11-point game, and now it's 13. That's Cole Simon off a nice feed from Go Ball. Fills the cup. Long pass, DJ Evans corrals it from the corner. Looking around the perimeter. Now Hurtado with 19 seconds left. On the offense, Hurtado, a good little streak of offense or of playing time here. Pardo inside, Michael Wood cutting to the basket. And that's how you get it going. Michael Wood making an 11-point game, but I mean, higher percentage shots come from inside. Start working inside out rather than kind of getting stuck around the perimeter and then burning time off the clock and then having to basically take a tough shot. Nice crossover, setting up a 15-footer. And Isaiah Griffin now has 13 points. He's the leading scorer of the game and the only player in double digits. They left Pardo alone, and when you leave Pardo alone, he'll make you pay. The three ball drops for the Vikings, and Lorenzo Pardo makes it a 10-point game. 33-23, 3:28 remaining. Isaiah Griffin looking to answer. Held up, and a travel. Two different Vikings got on top of it. It could have been called a jump ball one way, but instead they'll call it travel. Fortuitous for the Vikings because the possession arrow would have went back to CRC.
Really good defense there. Griffin had made the last couple of shots, and you could tell he was getting aggressive, looking for his own look, and the defense collapsed and was able to cause the turnover.
Tejas, step back. And Tejas from the baseline. He's got 7 points. And the Vikings are starting to penetrate, draw some action. And it looks like the Vikings might have a little push in them to close out the second half, or this first half. Teixeira lobs inside, flying in. And the pest on defense, and Lorenzo Pardo fouled. That was all heart and all effort for the 5'10", 170-pound sophomore from Heritage Brentwood High.
15, Cole Simon, his first.
Heritage High in Brentwood. Third time's the try. And it's a 7-point game now. Pardon me, it's an 8-point game now as Evan has the ball. Michael Wood, pump fakes. Michael Wood dribbling inside, leans the shoulder, trying to use his size, and able to do so. Gets his defender to draw one way, turns it back around, and Wood with 6, 33-27. Griffin down the lane, the late drop off, and a foul on the attempt. Simon was the recipient at the end of the play, as he and Ben Tejas just collided into each other inside the paint.
Kind of interesting to see. You don't really get a foul that close in the paint and it not result in 2 free throws. So a little bit interesting, maybe a little bit of overpassing on CRC's part instead of just going up for the look with the foul drawn.
DJ Evans with 2 fouls will sit now as Kai Curry comes back into the game, and Elijah Keys working out on the bike now, talking to head trainer Wendy Holt, trying to work out whatever was going on last time there. Sideline inbounds. The inbounds pass from Davis over to Griffin, and Griffin dribbles all the way across the baseline. 15 seconds left. Over to Teixeira, and nearly had the ball knocked away. Now Gilliard with 8 seconds left. Luka Davis, the crossover, gets a switch with the big. They leave him all alone, 18 feet out. Luka Davis now, 6 points.
These long twos for CRC have been their bread and butter all night.
And Lorenzo Pardo pump fakes from deep. Instead, goes inside and is blocked out of bounds. I believe it was Teixeira who came up to meet him at the top. Yeah, the deep twos are something you can live with, though. I mean, just the value of a three-point shot in the current game is so high. That's why you see so many players chucking up deep threes at a high rate. But you got to get down and dirty, and that's exactly what Ben Tejas did. Pushed all of those momentum one way, came back with the turnaround, and Ben Tejas' inside game has looked very nice tonight. 6-point lead now. Downhill, it's Griffin. Turned away by Michael Wood. Spins and is fouled. I mean, just a tough opportunity there. Ben Tejas was completely blocking out the offensive player for CRC, and the official that was on the baseline that really didn't have a clear view on it was the one to make the call. So with that, that's the 7th foul against DVC. So the 1-on-1 opportunity now for Isaiah Griffin from the free throw line. First free throw good. He's now 3 for 3 from the line, setting up another opportunity here on the back end of the 1-and-1. Isaiah Griffin, man, he's been so good tonight for CRC. Only a 7.4 point per game scorer as he knocks down both the free throws. He's got 15 points now. I mean, you know he's a capable scorer, but he was not necessarily the person on the scouting report you're looking at that says, hey, you got to watch out for him. But he's really proving his worth tonight. Ben Tejas, couple 360 rotations. He gets the ball back from the left wing, trying to get it to Kai Curry, and Curry just was a little trapped inside. He expected him to be in the corner with Tejas, but instead a turnover now. 8-point lead still for the Hawks here as they try to get it into double digits here within the last minute of play. Simon finds the cutting Gilliard, and Gilliard sent away. Nice defense underneath by the Vikes as Pardo has the ball now. Up ahead to Vinny Hurtado, who just fakes out the entirety of the defense, and Vinny Hurtado with a nice finish.
A little bit of a naked handoff right there. Allowed the defense to go with the player that they faked it to, and Vinny Hurtado was able to get an easy 2 points at the end of the lane. 6-point game now. Yeah, that's the gravity of Ben Tejas. All the defenders went straight to him. And a missed shot, ball still alive.
set it up to himself. The former volleyball player in high school, Michael Wood, gets the ball back, and now driving all the way down the floor, out to the corner. Tejas for three. Using his speed to set up Tejas in the corner. Kai Curry with the assist, and the splash from Ben makes it a three-point game. Chishero for three right at the buzzer, leaves it short, and the Vikings steal the momentum away. It was a first half dominated by CRC until the final about 4 or 5 minutes of play. DVC started to run some nice offense, and I think, no, we'll send it to halftime. I thought maybe the shot went off before and maybe there'd be about 0.2 seconds left on the clock, but no, we'll send us to halftime. So it's been a half of kind of up and down on both sides. Both teams started off pretty cold as the defense was really reigning supreme in the first half, and then CRC started to find their group. They opened up a double-digit lead before DVC eventually started to come back, knock down some three-point shots. And a lot of it was just hustle and effort plays by Pardo, by Vinny Hurtado, by Kai Curry. I mean, energy pays off.
Yeah, we said it in the pregame that these 50-50 balls that were going to be opportunities that CRC is good at getting. DVC needs to kind of match that intensity, match that effort. And as they did throughout the game, they started to come back. And I think as they continue to go on offense, they just need to take care of the ball, and they'll continue to get good looks like they have ending the half.
Yeah, effort going the way of DVC in the latter part, and we'll see if that'll continue here into the second half. So 37-34, our score at the halftime break, as CRC has the advantage over the Vikings here on DVC Vikings. About a minute 30 remaining here at the halftime break. We're getting a look at some of the athleticism for the Hawks here. As the leading scorer of the night with 15 points, Isaiah Griffin, has plenty of energy to spare. You see him coming out here doing windmill dunks between the legs. He's putting on a dunk competition here for us for our entertainment at halftime. That's something to factor in going forward. I knew he was athletic and able to go to the hole, but I didn't know he had that in his bag.
Yeah, it definitely caught us by surprise a little bit. We'll see if he uses some of those tricks in the second half here.
Yeah, I wish that the Vikings had their high flyer in Marshawn Smith. He's one of the guys that we've seen come up and put down some nasty jams as well. The other few players to dunk this year for the Vikes, Michael Wood. Wood was really stifled with 2 early fouls, but since then he came back and had 4 nice points, setting up the Vikings on their run that cut the lead down to 4. So 37-34 is our score at the end of the first 20 minutes of play, and let's give you some scores across the board. Elijah Gilliard has 2 points, Luka Davis has 6 points, alongside the 15 points of Isaiah Griffin, 4 points for Cole Simon, 8 points for Antonio Teixeira in his 4th game of the year, first game back in Big 8 play, and Montel Shelton has 2 points. On the other side for the Vikes, Curry has 2, 5 points for Mo Wilson, 3 points for Ben Tejas. 3 points for Lorenzo Pardo, 12 points for Ben Tejas, 2 points for Hurtado on the beautiful fake handoff and drive to the hoop, 6 points for Michael Wood, and 4 points for Elijah Keys. And I'd be interested to see, oh yes, exactly what we're seeing. Keys went down, it looked like maybe he hurt his calf or his hamstring or his knee at the end of it all. But Keys is back into the game. That's a terrific sight to see for Vikings fans. He's giving you some really good inside play tonight. Working right to left now from our perspective across from you guys. It's Teixeira feeding inside over to Shelton, and Shelton misses the basket from just outside the restricted area. So it's Shelton, Teixeira alongside Luka Davis, Zapata, and the last man on the floor is Isaiah Griffin. Those are the 5 on the floor for CRC. On the other side, Ben Tejas comes out flat with the 3-point shot. He gets a yell from his head coach, Irv Anderson. I couldn't quite make out what he was saying, but he was a little irate at that situation there. On the floor for the Vikes starting this half, it is Curry, Ben Tejas, Elijah Keys, Michael Wood, and Lorenzo Pardo, the starters back on the floor for the Vikes. High ball lifted up in the air. Griffin able to jump up and get it. Now Griffin working down the wing. And a cross-court pass now to Zapata. Zapata finds his man in the corner. Luka Davis, short on the 3, good inside positioning, and good putback by Montel Shelton. That was the same exact fashion where he got his first basket. An O board and just nice positioning inside. A lot of size advantage over Keys there. Pardo springs off the ball and gets the ball alongside the baseline. Tejas catches the defender slipping and has the ball knocked away. A terrific block by Montel Shelton, setting up a 2-on-1. Isaiah Griffin goes and he misses the shot completely. And drawing the charge, Kai Curry. Terrific play there. It'll be the first foul against Isaiah Griffin. Offensive foul and the turnover. First foul against CRC in the half. 39-34 scores.
We've seen the Vikings really try to draw that charge throughout the game. Finally able to do it there on the fast break. Kai Curry was able to beat the man to the spot using his speed.
And Kai Curry will cross the midcourt string. And he will handle for the Vikes with 22 seconds remaining. The quick crossover, the bounce pass over to Keys. Keys gets in his back pocket. Over to Wood, and Wood from the baseline. A little too short. Davis boards it. It'll be Davis running the offense before passing over to Zapata. Now Zapata with 15 seconds left on the clock with the 5-point advantage. Swings it over to the left wing for Griffin. Griffin works the baseline. Griffin over to Zapata, the extra pass. Davis cuts inside. Teixeira left alone. And Teixeira from the free throw line in double digits now at 10 points. It's a 7-0 lead for CRC here in the second half. The Vikings had the momentum going into halftime, but CRC has stolen it back. Tejas hands off Wood. And Wood inside over to Keys. 7 seconds left. Pardo with 5 seconds. Pardo drives, gets his defender to miss, and Pardo from 16 feet out. A nice mid-range jumper for Lorenzo. 41-36. First point of the half for the Vikings there, coming about 3 minutes into the half. Cepeda to Shishero, lobbing it inside. And Montel Shelton in the second half, man, he's been getting some great inside positioning, and they've been serving him up. Curry from the left wing gets his defender to jump. Natateas down the right side of the lane, the spin around, the mid-range jumper, tries to get off glass, offensive rebound over to Wood. And Wood will continue to dribble, has the ball knocked away, a good steal by Griffin. And Griffin one-on-one, Griffin goes up, the layup off the glass, smoked it. Teixeira back up again, and Teixeira cleans up the effort. 12 points now for him. And now it's a 9-point lead for CRC.
Really good job from CRC running the floor, not giving up on the play, able to get the put-back layup.
Yeah, the first half was all about the energy from the Vikings, bringing them back in as a nice cut to the hole across the lane. Kai Curry now with 4. But yeah, like we were talking about, it was a lot of energy and effort that brought the Vikings back in the latter part of the first half, and now just all the energy in the world coming the way of CRC as they sprung free, and they're trying to advance to 5-2 Big 8 play. Over the corner is Cepeda. Try to feed it over to Cheryl, rolling to the basket, but Curry read the play perfectly, gets the steal. Curry out to the corner. A contested three-point shot, fouled on the attempt. Michael Wood fires the triple, and he'll go to the free throw line to shoot 3. Wood 2 for 2 from the free throw line already tonight. Man, Michael Wood as an outside threat has been so big for the Vikings over the last 3 games. Unfortunately, though, misses the first attempt. Curry for Hurtado, Keys for DJ Evans. Evans, Pardo, Michael Wood, Tejas, and Vinny Hurtado. Those were the 5 for the Vikes. On the other side, as the second free throw attempt goes up for Michael Wood, bottoms the net now. And now he is 3 for 4, but substitution now, they'll go a little bit smaller as they bring Cole Simon back in. So Simon alongside Luka Davis with Carlos Cepeda, Teixeira, and Griffin. Third attempt, 2 for 3 for the free throw line. Michael Wood now with 8. The athletic guard in Isaiah Griffin down the floor. Luka Davis scans, passes over to Simon. Now to the corner, back over to Davis. Pardon me, Griffin. Griffin blocked from behind. Terrific job by Michael Wood there. Met him at the summit, and the Vikings get a stop. 5-point game. Ben Tejas down the lane, spins around. DJ Evans from the right wing. Off the mark. That's DJ Evans' spot. They'll take him there from that right wing any given day. Davis over to Simon. Defers back over to Griffin, and Griffin will take a breath here. 15 seconds left on the clock. Jonathan James calm the offense. Teixeira trapped inside of the baseline. Teixeira clears some space. Too much body contact. I don't know what you're supposed to do in that situation if you're Wood. You push the defender underneath the basket. The offensive player underneath the basket. The offensive player jumps back into you, and tough third foul called against Michael Wood.
Yeah, you really can't get yourself out of the play, and by the time you try to, the offensive player is already trying to initiate the contact, and since it's under the hoop, they're more than likely going to give them the call.
First free throw for Teixeira is good, and the scouting report for today was watch out for Gilliard, watch out for Luka Davis, but it's been the other players really finding their groove as the second free throw is missed. Teixeira 3 for 4 now. Teixeira's got 13 points in his 4th game of the season. Isaiah Griffin's got 15 points, held out at half. And Lorenzo Pardo's got 7 points now as he double clutched it in midair and makes it a 3-point game. Yeah, but it's been the other guys tonight, not necessarily the heavy scorers for the Hawks. Griffin, 12 feet out, rattles in. Just an aggressive move to the hole by Isaiah Griffin as he picks up the 17th point, the leading scorer of the game. And it's back to 5. It's a 3-point margin at the half. Vikings falling behind as much as 7 points here in the half. Step back, defers over to Evans. 8 seconds left, the running hook shot. And the turnover on CRC, so that will reset the shot clock, and the Vikings will have a clean clock from the baseline here. Yeah, Evans, like, what I want to see from his game, yes, he's a great 3-and-D player, but I want to see him really just start pump faking a little bit more. It seems like every time he gets inside, he feels like he's got to go up and make a big play happen. And so actually the play clock will not reset, so the Vikings need to run a quick play here with Hurtado inbounding it with 4 seconds left on the shot clock. But yeah, I want to see a little bit more pump faking from him. On the overplay, it's Griffin, and Griffin fouls Pardo. Nearly throws down a windmill on the other side. And so the third foul against CRC, and the second of the half on Griffin. Griffin really bought the Vikings out there as the long pass over to Pardo was tipped away, but just jumped over the top of Pardo. Pardo yelling, go, go, go. 20 seconds on the shot clock reset here. And Michael Wood fends off the defender. And Michael Wood crosses the basket for the bucket. I just love that. If you use the basket as your friend, you don't allow a player to come up and try to block you. Had the size advantage there on the switch. And Michael Wood, I mean, a nifty play. He's been a great scorer for the Vikings this year, and he's into double digits once again. 3-point game. That's where the margin is stuck at here. Davis over to Griffin, off of a screen, inside, double clutches, and the ball will go to the Vikings here.
Really good defense from the Vikings. They're able to collapse once Griffin touched the paint. The last couple of possessions, he's been kind of getting there at will. So, you know, it's good to see that the Vikings are still able to be attentive on the defensive end.
Yeah, and I think what the game plan really was looking for CRC is they saw that last game against Delta College, and they saw the perimeter, or the penetration, really setting them up for success. And I think that's what they were trying to mimic, and that's part of the reason why Griffin's had such a good night as Pardo turns the ball over. But the Vikings in the second half have been doing a pretty good job really just bring everything inside of the paint and making say like, hey, if you want to go, you got to go inside the trees and you got to bat away some branches to try to get your shots to drop. Carlos Zepeda back over to Griffin. The rotation goes to Griffin. Griffin from the free throw line will spin it back around over to Zepeda. Zepeda held off the board so far tonight. He serves it to Davis. Over to Teixeira, spins inside, 4 seconds left. Zepeda doesn't take the three, instead gets inside. And the offensive rebound and the putback for Simon, pardon me. And the timeout now after the basket, 49-44. Second chance points have been going the way of CRC, but the Vikings still fighting hard to get back into this one after a rough start in offense here on DVC Vikings. Thirty-second timeout, and we're back in a flash. Elijah Keys still trying to work out whatever's going on there. It looks like it might be a hamstring as he's got the ace wrap around it. He started the second half coming back in, but after those first couple of minutes of play, he's been on that bike working it out. Vikings, from our perspective, it's opposite of yours, working left to right. Vinny Hurtado, Ben Tejas, Michael Wood, Lorenzo Pardo, and DJ Evans. Rolling to the basket, Michael Wood drops to the ground from his back end. Lorenzo Pardo tried to call the timeout while Wood was on the ground, but Wood just off the same page with Pardo, and now Irv Anderson is asking, hey, we still had the ball when he called the timeout. Why didn't we get it? 5 timeouts for CRC, 4 for DVC, and the official cleaning up the sweat stain left behind by Michael Wood now. 49-44, 3 fouls for CRC, 1 foul for DVC. Inbounds pass over to Davis, and he'll be the one to handle. To the scorer's table, Paul Lewis comes in for the first time, or comes to the scorer's table for the first time, I should say. Zepeda springs free, 3-point attempt is short. Wood cleans up the glass. Ben Tejas with his cut-off sleeves underneath his jersey, trying to find a rolling Wood, but nice eyes by Simon being able to pick that ball off. Couple turnovers in the last few possessions for the Vikings here, as Simon has made a nice impact here, coming in as the smaller player on the floor replacing the big. 15-footer is missed. That was missed by Davis, and another board by Simon. Isaiah Griffin, everything but the basket. Mo Wilson to the scorer's table for the Vikes now too. No look pass over to the right wing for Pardo. Zepeda's there on defense. Pardo for three, off the mark once more. Luka Davis cleans up the glass again. Man, the Vikings are getting the looks that they want, but it's just one of those nights where you feels like you have to fight and grind for every point. Zepeda to Teixeira, back over to Griffin. Griffin with the spin cycle, and another foul. This one might go against Michael Wood. If it is against Wood, that'll be his fourth. No, instead it'll go against Pardo. That'll be his first. That's a really fortuitous call for the Vikings there. Wood would likely have to sit here with your big room just so decimated. I mean, that would hurt. I mean, Traylor is essentially the only other forward on the roster available. Keys coming out with the hamstring injury. Cole Webster with the knee injury that he re-aggravated in the last game. Fighting through an ankle injury this year, Marshawn Smith. Some of the other bigs that you had in your roster no longer on the bench. I mean, that's huge. First free throw goes down. And Isaiah Griffin, perfect 5 for 5 from the line tonight. Keys looks like he's coming back into the game in just a moment, so you ask and you shall receive. Second free throw, rims in. 19 points now for Isaiah Griffin as he's a perfect 6 for 6. And Michael Wood will get the eventual breather as Elijah Keys comes back in. I think where the Vikings have had a lot of success tonight has been in the setup with Wood and with Keys. So if they're able to really come back in and run that 2 big look again, that would probably work to their advantage there. But for now, one big look with Keys. Step back for Benteas, and Benteas can't get it to go. Isaiah Griffin down the left side of the lane. Oh, another foul, and it'll be a shooting foul. Mo Wilson will pick up his second. But Wilson got the clean block as Isaiah Griffin was going inside, but it's the body contact. It's always the body contact.
It's really tough, especially guarding a player like Isaiah Griffin, who has been shown to be able to be dynamic and get to the paint. But not only that, he's a really amazing free throw shooter, showing it tonight, and him shooting 6-7 free throws, it's really hurting the Vikings.
Yeah, his 8th attempt now, and they've all been good. I mean, the scouting report says he's a 65% free throw shooter and only a 54% in Big 8 play, but man, he is doing everything for this team tonight. Mo Wilson, a contested 2-point shot, turned away. And now a steal by Hurtado. Vinny Hurtado to the hole, fills the cup. Hurtado coast to coast. 4 points now for Vinny, and man, that is a bucket that the Vikings needed badly here as CRC started to grow their lead again, but now it's down to 7. Teixeira over to Isaiah Griffin, and Griffin continues to attack the cup. Vikings turn him away this time. Pushing ahead, Benteas slashing down the wing. A little too much English and too much power in the shot as he misses it. And Teixeira back over to Griffin to the corner. And it's Paul Lewis checking in for the first time. Too strong on the attempt. Mo Wilson, a jump inside. And he will draw a foul off the rear end of Isaiah Griffin, and that'll be Isaiah Griffin's 3rd. That's the 4th on CRC, and Mo Wilson, another opportunity to go to the free throw line. He shot 1 on an and-1 play in the first half.
Mo Wilson right there using a little bit of Isaiah Griffin's medicine against him and able to draw the contact, kind of initiating it. and able to get the first free throw to go.
Now in for the Hawks, 33.
So they'll switch it out. Paul Lewis will come out. In comes Montel Shelton, who's giving you 4 good points here and some great inside positioning for CRC in the second free throw attempt by Mo Wilson. And yeah, I mean, this game is all about controlled aggressiveness, and I mean, when you get a little out of control, that's what's going to happen. Moselle Wilson up to 6 points now after making both of the free throws. Pardon me, 7 points now after making both of the free throws. And it's back to a 5-point game. So 2 big look now for CRC. And Luka Davis, the wing, handling the ball, pestered by Benteas. Teixeira left all alone. He caught DJ Evans jumping in the air, flew by him, and now it's a 15-point night for him. Mo Wilson, nice finish inside. Drove over to the block, spun back inside. Didn't get the help defense by the big inside and Shelton. An easy basket there by Mo Wilson, or he made it look easy at least. Michael Wood back to the scorer's table. An inside lob and a good steal. Tejas fortuitous actually not getting the out of bounds call as he got the block, landed out of bounds and got the ball back. Wilson in over the big, and Mo Wilson earns another trip to the free throw line. He took the brunt of all 285 pounds of Montel Shelton, and Mo Wilson shows his heart, his toughness, and he has an opportunity to go into double digits now with these 2 free throw attempts. 5th foul against CRC, 2 away from the single bonus.
Mo Wilson right now really being the catalyst of DVC kind of gaining back that momentum that they lost for the start of the half, really. Really good defense on one end, turned into a transition look. He's able to attack the off-balance defender and get 2 free throws.
And he's been perfect from the line as well. A 10-point night for Moselle Wilson, 4 for 4 from the free throw line. And now this is what we were talking about before, the 2 big look back on the floor as DJ Evans will get a breather. Wood, Keys, Vinny Hurtado, Mo Wilson, and Benteas. Those are the 5 on the floor for the Vikes as the second free throw for Mo Wilson awaits. Short on the second attempt. So Mo Wilson shows that he is human. 4 for 5. 4-point lead for CRC into the final 8 minutes and 30 seconds of the second half. Isaiah Griffin trying to answer with a right wing jumper. Swirls around, and he's got 23 points and a timeout taken by CRC. 57-51. CRC leads the Vikings by 6 here at the 8:13 minute mark on DVC Vikings Live. (57-51), 8:13 remaining. There's a 3-point lead for CRC at the half. They extended it upwards of 8 points, and the Vikings cannot get past the 3-point threshold at this point. CRC has had the lead for the majority of the game up to this point. Vikings have been playing the trailer here. Mo Wilson, who's been so good for the Vikings early on, will get a screen from Keys. The floater from 12 feet out, follows up his own offensive rebound, stays alive, dribbles the ball on the ground, calls for a timeout, but instead a turnover beforehand. And an irate Irv Anderson continues to yell at the official there. Second time that his player's been on the ground looking for a timeout, but he hasn't gotten it. Six-point lead still for CRC inside of 8 minutes to play. It's Luka Davis scanning the floor. Elijah Gilliard comes back into the game for the Hawks. Isaiah Griffin to a handoff over to Zepeda. Teixeira down the right wing, and Teixeira will be fouled. I believe Keys will pick it up, and Teixeira goes to the line for 2. Vikings have only fouled 4 times in this half throughout the first about 13 minutes of play, but every single one of them has been a shooting foul. Keys picks up his first. And Teixeira continues his great night with 16 points now. 4 for 5 from the free throw line. as Lorenzo Pardo will come in for Ben Tejas. Tejas had a few early baskets, or I can't even say it's early, a few baskets late in the first half. And he's really been held in check tonight. Both the free throws drop for Teixeira. He's got 17. It's been the Teixeira and Griffin show. Griffin with 23, Teixeira with 17. Pardo, sleeve on his right calf. Dribbles around the perimeter. Mo Wilson for three. Off the mark, Mo Wilson. The three-point shot, not necessarily his game there. A sub 10% free throw shooter. And the lob inside over Elijah Gilliard will be called a foul instead. Another opportunity to the line. 5 fouls apiece on both sides. And a second consecutive foul called against Elijah Keys.
Back to the line goes Tercero. Twice.
Yeah, I think he might have to get a little bit of a switch here. Start putting Michael Wood on Teixeira. Teixeira is a quick athletic wing. See, you expect Keys to be able to keep up with him, but inside tonight, Keys has had a little bit of trouble. All 4 players aside from Teixeira getting an extra timeout call on the free throw attempt as Teixeira misses his first. Second attempt, up to 18 now. 6 for 8. 9-point lead for the Hawks as the Vikings struggle to find an offensive look here. Screen to the top of the key. Moselle Wilson, half his dreads. Up in a top knot. And the left elbow extended jumper for Lorenzo Pardo. Able to fill the cup and bring it back to 7. Drifting over to the corner is Griffin. Over to Zepeda, lining up an 18-foot jumper from the wing. No go, Mo Wilson pushing ahead. Over to Pardo, transition 3. Pardo, no go, ball still alive. Teixeira cleans it up. One thing to notice as well, Vikings haven't had many second chance opportunities here in the half. It seems like CRC has been rebounding extremely well here in the second half. Just playing a clean game on defense, and that's why the lead is held where it is. Left wing left alone. Griffin unable to get it to go. Nearly knocked out of bounds. Vikings have 5 seconds to break it and able to do so at the 24-second mark. A feed inside. Opportunity to go up again. Offensive rebound. Another second chance opportunity now. Once again, you call for it and you get it. Spun into a double team, so not necessarily the best move, but the athleticism of Mo Wilson able to tie up his career high with 12 points now. A 5-point game defense chance starting to come in from the crowd and the and bench. And Luka Davis, nothing but net. Davis with 9 points. That is his first 3-point shot this year. Vikings will take the timeout, and we'll take it alongside with them. 63-55, an advantage for the Hawks here inside of 5 minutes and 25 seconds to play here on DVC Vikings Live. Just to remember, the 10th annual poker tournament coming on February 3rd. Come and have some fun with DVC Athletics. It's a really great fundraiser, and we want to get as many people out there enjoying a night with DVC Athletics. Eventbrite.com. Go there and search DVC Poker. DVC Poker. And DVC has been trapped in this kind of 3 to 7 point range for the majority of the second half. They'll get a different lineup on the floor here, and they'll see if they can get a spark on offense from some of the players off the bench. Lorenzo Pardo's been giving them a spark of offense tonight. And inside of the restricted area, called for the the defensive foul is Carlos Zepeda as he picks up his second. I think that actually might be his third as he sends Lorenzo Pardo to the free throw line. Yes, it is. The third foul against Zepeda. And Pardo, opportunity again to double digits now. He's got 9 and 2 opportunities from the stripe here. 6 fouls on CRC as well, so the next foul will be a 1-and-1. Pardo swirls it in. Double digits now for Lorenzo Pardo. Vikings have 4 different players in double digits tonight. Mo Wilson with 12, Pardo with 10, Ben Tejas with 12, and Michael Wood with 10. Lorenzo Pardo now with 11 as he makes both of the free throws. Back inside of this a little bit of a range, 5 points. Vikings putting on a ton of pressure and they force the turnover. Carlos Zepeda, the Vikings seem to just spring on a trap right there in the corner. Zepeda tried to pass out of it, but just a little too wild on the ball handle.
Yeah, much needed switch up on defense right there. The Vikings able to cause the pressure, made Zepeda pass it out of bounds.
Tejas between the circles, eyes down the defense, whips it over to Kai Curry from the right wing. Gets a screen from DJ Evans. Teixeira has the switch with Curry now. 13 seconds left. Kai Curry's gonna back it back out. He needs to get something going. 8 seconds left. Taps his head looking for a screen. As Ben Tejas gets the screen from Wood. Ben Tejas pump fakes, gets the man a drop. No go. Saves the ball after it hit the rim, but the save goes in the hands of Cole Simon. Ball's last touch for the Vikings out of bounds. Yeah, Vikings just got trapped way too late in the shot clock in that last possession there. Get your reset on the floor. It's Kai Curry, DJ Evans, Lorenzo Pardo, Michael Wood, and Ben Tejas for the Vikes. Crossing the timeline with 4 seconds remaining is Carlos Zepeda, and it was actually off of that sideline inbound, so they didn't necessarily need to cross it in that 10-second range. So it'll be Cole Simon with Zepeda handling right here to Shero with Griffin. And the last man on the floor for the Hawks is Davis. Griffin in the corner, 5 seconds left. Griffin cutting down the lane now. And Isaiah Griffin, 25-point evening. JJ Evans from the corner, a little short, or pardon me, a little long. And Michael Wood wanted the foul there, as it looked like Simon might have caught some contact underneath. Back to that 8-point area here. CRC looking to bust open to double digits now. The Vikings looking for another stop here inside of 3 minutes and 40 seconds to play. And CRC taking a wise timeout. You can't take them home with you, so you might as well use one, try to get into double digits and extend your lead up past 10. So we'll take another timeout here on DVC Vikings Live. The Vikings need to make haste here as they need a stop, and they need it badly. Down 8 with 3:39 remaining. Vinny Hurtado has had a nice night, comes back into the game. He'll replace Pardo. So it's Curry, Vinny Hurtado, DJ Evans, Michael Wood, and Ben Tejas. Davis Zepeda inside, low block left, a block inside. Nice stop there by Michael Wood. Ball was kicked out of bounds from Hurtado, but unfortunately that ball hit the rim, so another fresh clock, and CRC will use that to their advantage. And it doesn't look like it actually hit the clock, so the play clock will reset to 3. That's really big. I think you just got to sit there inside of the paint, because that looks like that's exactly what they've been wanting to do all night. The officials will converge and talk about it. Vikings, I think, putting on a stronger defensive unit here. I think that's why they put the substitutions with Hurtado on the floor. Hurtado's gotten a few steals in this early going. Opportunity from the corner, the fadeaway three, no go. Kai Curry cleans it up, and he's fouled in the process. And hey, good situation here. Kai Curry fouled, going to the free throw line to shoot a 1-and-1, stops the clock, and gives you an opportunity. Curry missed both of his free throws to start the game, so a huge front end of a 1-and-1 here. Short once again. Seems like he just doesn't elevate enough on his free throw attempts. That's why he leaves it short. Still an 8-point lead for the Hawks. And might be another shot clock issue. You can hear the Hawks yell at 32, calling the set. Sideline inbounds now for Cepeda. Throws into the backcourt, and Isaiah Griffin will retrieve it. Cepeda content to use a lot of the clock as they'll rotate the ball around the perimeter. Feed inside to Sherrill, left alone. And finally, the threshold has been broken, but it goes the way of the Hawks here. Stuck between 3 and 8 points for the majority of the half, and now a double-digit lead here for the Hawks. Vikings need a bucket badly, and the timely three-point shot by Benteas. He's up to 15 points now, and this might be Benteas' territory. You just try to pop a few screens off, allow him to get any sort of breathing room, and let your best player shoot. With the timeout, we'll keep it here. 2:44 remaining, and yeah, so Ryan, I mean, this half has been essentially just all use the whole entire shot clock for CRC, drive inside and see if you can get a shot to drop. And on the other side, it looks like DVC really has been using the first 10 seconds just trying to probe and see what the defense is going to give them, and then they end up rotating around, maybe a little bit of overpassing on their end.
Yeah, for DVC, I would say they definitely need to use that first 10 seconds. Like, if they're going to just waste it, you might as well try and push in transition, get an easy shot, and then defensively really just ramp up the effort, continue to box out. They're doing a solid job. It's just tough when CRC is using the whole entire shot clock.
Yeah, they put on a half-court press now. Cepeda, 3 seconds left. Passing ahead over to Davis, 21 seconds remaining. It's Isaiah Griffin to Cepeda, and they'll continue to burn clock. 10 seconds left on the shot clock, 24 seconds remaining. The mid-range jumper, no go, and now Curry will sprint. Curry crosses over, Curry from the block, spun around, throws up, nearly turns it over. Wood able to save it here with 22 seconds. Lorenzo Pardo pointing down, looking for a screen, able to get a screen from Keys. Pick and roll, Keys rolls to the hoop. His first basket since the early parts of the first half. We're back down to 5 inside of 2 minutes of play. Vikings putting the pressure on once more. It's Isaiah Griffin lobbing ahead over to Cepeda. And now just a couple cross-court passes there as the ball's running some gassers. And a timeout by CRC. 2 remaining on each side. It's a 5-point lead, and one thing I want to see, so you obviously need another stop, but I want to see the Vikings continue to drive it inside and draw some fouls. You are in the single bonus here. Use it to your advantage. So, I mean, the Vikings have a little bit of space inside of them. Both teams have played an overtime game in their last showing, and I mean, for DVC, you're looking like, hey, maybe let's try to push it to overtime again. 67-62 our score, 146 remaining here in the second half on DVC Vikings Live. 67-62, a 5-point advantage for CRC. Vikings finally trying to get past this mark here.
Fresh trooper coming in for the Hawks, 23,
William Gobel back into the game for the Hawks. He is joined with Isaiah Griffin, Antonio Teixeira, with Cole Simon, and Luka Davis. Teixeira over to Gobel. Gobel a little sloppy with the handle, but he gets it over to Teixeira. And Teixeira with the cut to the hole. He's up to 20 points now. 1:30 to play. Vikings push ahead with Moselle Wilson, who checks back into the game. Kai Curry spins around. Kai Curry had the shot go down and one. I thought Kai Curry spun into a defender there, but maybe he was just baiting him. The strength of Curry to go up, get the and one, and an opportunity to the free throw line to hit a free throw.
Yeah, we saw right there, even though it was a made basket on the other end, DVC pushed off it and was able to get like an offset look from the defense. Kai Curry able to power through the spin move and get the and one layup to go.
So this 3-point threshold is what the Vikings have not been able to overcome here in the second half, but at the 1:22-minute mark, Kai Curry an opportunity to get his first free throw to drop. Elevates this one, hits the side of the iron, and he's 0 for 4. A tough night from the line for Kai Curry, but it's still within reach. 5-point lead for the Hawks. Benteas with the steal. Vikings get another stop exactly as they needed. Now Mo Wilson, who has given the Vikings such a nice spark tonight, another shot right at the hole. Moselle Wilson, a new career high with 14 points. It's a 3-point lead now for the Hawks. Vikings full on ball pressure. Gobel trapped. And a timeout taken here. Vikings putting a ton of pressure on inside of 1 minute to play. And it burns another timeout from CRC, and we'll keep it here. One final timeout here. 8 fouls against the Hawks, 2 away from the double bonus. And I mean, the Vikings in the last few minutes have finally found their groove, pushing some pace on defense, really springing traps in the corner, trapping them in that coffin corner like we were talking about before. And an opportunity to try to get a stop here and possibly try to either tie up the game with a 3 or cut it down to 1 with a 2.
Yeah, DVC's aggressive level is definitely heightened in the last minute, and you could see that even offensively it's translated into them attacking the basket, going quick, finally getting into their sets where they're not just letting the defense set up and like lulling DVC's offense to sleep. They're able to attack when CRC is off guard, and it's led to great opportunities to back-to-back layups.
It's the 4th foul against Isaiah Griffin on the last one, so he's got 4, and now the Vikings need a stop here. 23 seconds left in the shot clock, 51 seconds remaining in the game. Vikings trailing by 3, 69-66. Hawks with the advantage. Isaiah Griffin the trigger. Over inside to Teixeira with Luka Davis, Simon, and the last man is Zepeda. Heavy on-ball pressure by Kai Curry. Having to swing it right over to Zepeda. Returns it back with 10 seconds left. Griffin to Zepeda. Crossover out to the corner. Teixeira, a wide open lane, and another basket drops. Last couple plays, Vikings have left Teixeira to go to the hole, and they paid for it. Kai Curry, a wild attempt from the baseline, got trapped underneath the basket, and the Vikings need a foul in this situation, able to do so with Curry. And still 1 away from the single bonus now, as the Vikings only have 6 fouls after the first will be called against Curry. Just a tough situation. They try to push and do exactly what they did the last few opportunities, but this time around they left Teixeira, and Teixeira just capitalizing on every opportunity. And now a baseline inbounds, as the Vikings will need to try to lull maybe the Hawks to sleep and get a steal here. All 5 defenders off the floor. Teixeira able to break away from the pack. Teixeira defers back over to Zepeda, nearly turns the ball over, but a hip check by Benteas will send Zepeda to the free throw line. Zepeda, 38 for 50 on the year, and this is his first opportunity to get a point tonight. Zepeda has been held off the board. He is a 12.1 point per game scorer, but he's been mainly a facilitator. So let's see what Zepeda has in store here. Vikings trailing by 5. Need at least one of these shots to miss. First one goes down. Zepeda finally gets on the board here. And the 39th and 47th minute of play. Or 46th. Math is hard at the end of a doubleheader. 6-point game. Vikings need this miss here. Second attempt. Zepeda able to get both of them to drop. And the Vikings don't elect to take a timeout here. A substitution as Gilliard comes back into the game, replacing Zepeda. So brings some on-ball size, and the Vikings will elect to actually take a timeout here. 7-point lead for CRC. 16.6 seconds remaining, and just a half that it's been so frustrating. I mean, a whole game that has just been so frustrating for the Vikings here on DVC Vikings Live. Vinny Hurtado and DJ Evans back into the game for the Vikings here. So the three best three-point shooters for the Vikings. I mean, I guess you can count Michael Wood in the situation with the way he's been shooting it as of late. But the shooters are on the floor for the Vikings. Pass ahead. And I believe they might call an out of bounds. Oh my goodness. The long pass went ahead over to Ben Tejas, and I thought maybe they would call a foul there in that situation, but instead, Tejas will be pushed out of bounds, and the turnover on the Vikings here. And that might just be the dagger. Moselle Wilson in replacement. Ben Tejas out to the bench as well. So Hurtado and Tejas out. Moselle Wilson and Kai Curry in. And the Vikings are praying for a stop here. Last time it will be burned. Vikings electing to send 5 players on the floor to cover instead of sending 1 in front of the inbounds man. And the last time out will keep it here. So, I mean, it's just, once again, unable to execute in closing moments. He had opportunities all game long, but it just felt like everything felt so clunky tonight.
Yeah, it's really just the little things. You know, it'll be one play here where you play 25 seconds of amazing defense, and then those last 3 seconds, someone just slips behind you and they get an easy layup. Or on offense, you run a great set and then you just miss the pass. It's really just the little things for the Vikings. They're fixable. That's a good thing. But it gets really frustrating as you see throughout the game.
Yeah, and you just have a lot of players that are struggling to find their groove as well. Tough. Just a tough situation for the Vikings here tonight, and I'm sure a frustrating one as they go back and watch the film later. Vikings will send out Pardo, Wood, Mo Wilson on a career-high night with 14 points, Kai Curry and DJ Evans to try to create some chaos once more. Zepeda the trigger. Zepeda gets the ball. Scanning the floor, the lob ahead, and it'll go to Davis. Davis, clean shot off the glass will bring him into double digits now with 11 points. Vikings are going to play this one all the way out. Curry jumps, passes over to Pardo. Pardo fires away a 3 and is fouled in the process from the left wing. Shaking up a little bit at the end of the play as he's able to get up on his own power. That's good to see. And the Vikings now, 3 free throw opportunities from the free throw line, down 9. I mean, the cards are stacked against you in every way possible, but I mean, just show your heart and fight all the way through, right?
Yeah, I guess the idea here would be to make the first 2 and try and purposely miss the third one and hopefully crash the glass and get another opportunity.
Pardo up to 12 now as he's 3 for 3 from the free throw lines. 2 more opportunities. Second free throw needs to go. Oh, missed the second one. And so now an 8-point game. Yep. Cards just stacked against the Vikings in this situation. Hasn't been their night from the jump. Montel Shelton in for some size. And Pardo likely to go for the front of the eye miss here. Makes the third. So not quite the order in vision. Pardo, 2 for 3 on that attempt, 13 points now. Now it is Zepeda to inbound once more with 5.8 seconds remaining. Zepeda. Oh, Michael Wood takes the floor. He's not getting up either. That is a bad sign. Michael Wood injured in the last moments of just a rough night. It looks like Michael Wood might have slipped on a wet spot here. Pardo was at the scorer's table anyways. Wood's able to shake it off, fortunately. And the Vikings foul at the 4.8 second mark. It looks like it'll be the second on Kai Curry. Zepeda to the line, and he's essentially the one that put this one away earlier when he made the free throws to extend it beyond 6 points. And what has been an eternity of a last couple minutes of play will result in 2 more free throws. The Vikings likely pushing and trying to get one more shot off before the final buzzer. Zepeda makes the first of the 1-and-1. And now some more substitutions as Elijah Gilliard comes back into the game. I mean, Vikings have done a good job on the guys that really showed up in the scouting reports, but it's been the other players. Isaiah Griffin with 25 points. Antonio Teixeira coming back in for the first time and since, I don't know when. He hasn't played in a very long time, only 3 games this year. Both of the free throws in for Zepeda as he makes it a 9-point advantage. Curry losing the handle. Wood picks it up. Wood firing away. A deep 3-point shot goes wide left, and that sends us to our final buzzer. 77-68, the final score here. Had an all hell of a frustrating night for Vikings fans all around the world. Let's get you. Go ahead.
Yeah, it was just a really tough night. You know, the Vikings did bring some effort towards the end of the game. They really did try to kind of get back into it, but it just fell short.
Yeah, fell short. They couldn't get over that 3-point gap, and it was between 3 and 9 points. It got to 10 at some point, but yeah. Just a night to learn from and bounce back because you're coming back home on the 19th against Sierra College. I believe that is a Friday. Is my math mathing?
I think so.
Today is the 16th, so 3 days further.
Yeah.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Taking on Sierra on Friday. Sierra on the men's side is currently 2-3 and 5-12 on the year. So it's a team that really has struggled a bit this year. So the Vikings, after dropping 2 straight games, will have an opportunity to try to bounce back against a team that hasn't necessarily found their groove this year. So the Hawks on this victory will be brought up into 12-7 on the year, 5-3 in Big 8 play, and they will get their second win on the road. They've been majority a home team this year, and so they will break their losing, I guess you can't even call it a streak. They lost 1 game against Sacramento City College, and they win this game here tonight. Let's get you some final scores. Gilliard had 2 points. Davis had 11 points. Zepeda finishes the night with 4 points after closing the game with those free throws. 25 points for Isaiah Griffin, a massive night for him. 6 points for Cole Simon, 20 points for Teixeira, 6 points for Montel Shelton. And now for the Vikings, who dropped to 7-11 on the year, 3-3 in Big 8 play, reaching that 500 number now. Curry finished the night with 6 points. Moselle Wilson with the career night, 14 points. That's his career high so far. 13 points for Lorenzo Pardo, who had a nifty night himself. Ben Tejas, I mean, it seems like he struggled all night long, but still ends up with 15. Ben is just a natural-born scorer. 4 points for Vinny Hurtado and some 2 terrific attempts. I mean, one of them was a ball fake that set up a nice shot inside and then a coast-to-coast steal. So Vinny Hurtado getting involved on the offensive side. He's usually a ball handler and a defensive guy for the Vikes. Michael Wood with another double-digit night. I wouldn't be surprised to see him with another double-double at the end of this one. And last but not least, Elijah Keys with 6 points. And that brings us to a final of 77-68 on a night that you want to forget, but you've got to go ahead, learn from, and move on. You got 3 days to make some adjustments and come back against a Sierra team that has been trying to find their calibration points as well.
Yeah, it was just a tough night, and it's definitely some things that you could learn from, especially what they started to do well at the end of the game, driving to the basket, increasing the intensity, increasing the pace, both defense and offense. So some really good things to take out of it, even though there is a disappointing loss at the end of the day.
So with that, that'll be the end of our broadcast here on the second half of our doubleheader. A sweep for the Hawks here on the home floor of the DVC Vikings, and the Vikings will be back and try to get a victory against the Wolverines of Sierra next time around. Thank you for joining us tonight. Our next broadcast will be a 5:30 tip-off for the women's game, a 7:30 tip-off for the men's game. Here on DVC Vikings Live, Max Agrest and Ryan Schell signing off on this Tuesday evening. Thanks for joining us once again. And until next time, horns up.